Johnny Cash, never one without another. We made a pact. Sometimes when I miss you, I put those records on. Oh. Someone said you had your tattoo removed, so you downtown singing the blues. It's time to face the music. I'm no longer your muse. In another life, I would be your girl. We keep all our promises beyond us against the world. In another life, I would make you stay, so I don't have to say you were the one that got away, the one that got away.
Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Jeden, jeden. Dzień dobry, panie Piotrze. Jak pan dzisiaj się czuje? Tak. No, to tak jest opóźnienie. Pół minuty, nawet do minuty. To normalne. Jak w TV oglądasz, a online mecz, to masz też. Ja już słyszę, że sąsiad...
With my China girl, I feel a ring without my little China girl. I hear her heart beating loud as thunder. So the stars crashing. I am immense without my little China girl. Wake up in the morning, where's my little China girl? I hear our hearts beating loud as thunder. I saw the stars crashing down. I'm feeling tragic like I'm Marlon Brando when I look at my China girl. I could pretend that nothing really meant too much when I look at my China girl. I stumble into town just like a sacred cow. Visions of swastikas in my head, plans for everyone. It's in the white of my eyes. My little China girl, you shouldn't mess with me.
I drove for miles and miles and wound up at your door. I've had you so many times, but somehow I want more. I don't mind spending every day out in the cold in the pouring rain. Before you go with a broken smile, some hot stuff, baby, this evening. I need some hot stuff, baby, tonight. I want some hot stuff, baby, this evening. Gotta have some hot stuff, gotta have some love tonight. I need hot stuff. I want some hot stuff. I need hot stuff. just ever listen to me. If I only could stop you before you made trouble for me once more. Tonight would be the happy man if he only would hear my advice. Have respect for the good ones. Tonight would be the happy man. I have never been very far, so despite you, I've involved the scene, very depths of sin, and it moves me. Ooh, love. She has her hold on me, and need to feel that free. If I only could stop you before you made trouble for me once more. Tonight would be the happy man if he only would hear my advice. Have respect for the good ones. Tonight would be the happy man. I won't try to hide the old embracing feel that I'm in displaying here. If I only could stop you before you made trouble for me once more. Tonight would be the happy man if he only would hear my advice. Have respect for the good ones. And I would be the happy man. Think I did it again. I made you believe we're more than just friends. Oh, baby, it might seem like a crush, but that doesn't mean that I'm serious. 'Cause to lose all my senses, that is just so typically me. Oh, baby, baby, oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Oh, baby, baby, oops, you think I'm in love, that I'm sent from above. I'm not that innocent. You see, my problem is this: I'm dreaming away, wishing the heroes they truly exist. I cry watching the days. Can't you see I'm a fool in so many ways? only give you love that lasts forever, and the promise to be near at time you call, and the only heart I own for you and you alone. That's all. That's all. I can only give you country walks in springtime, and a hand to hold when leaves begin to fall, and a love whose burning light will warm the lonely night. That's all. That's all. There are those, I am sure, who have told you they would give you the world for a toy. All I have are these arms to enfold you, and a lifetime can never destroy. If you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say it's me that you adore, for now and nevermore. That's all. That's all. There are those, I'm sure, who have told you they would give you the world for a toy. All I have are these arms to enfold you, and a lifetime can never destroy. If you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say it's me that you adore, for now and nevermore. That's all. That's all. Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Well, life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes. That's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over. When
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam do zajmowania miejsc. Za minutę zaczniemy nasze spotkanie.
Morning, how are you? Nice to meet you.
So I think now we can start. Distinguished guests, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Agnieszka Sznyk. I'm representing INNOWO, the co-organizer of today's conference. And it is with immense pleasure that I welcome you to the Circon4Climate conference, Building Circularity, a New Paradigm in the Construction Sector. Whether you are joining here in Warsaw or online, I would like to thank you to dedicate your valuable time to join this crucial discussion. Today marks the beginning of a vital dialogue of transforming the construction industry. We are here to explore how embracing circular principles can not only mitigate climate change, but also ensure security of supply in an increasingly resource-constrained world. In constantly adapting to a new sustainable development trends, the construction industry play a crucial role in the resource consumption and environmental impact. The conference is a part of broader mission to strengthen circular construction practices across the Czech Republic, Poland, and Slovenia, drawing upon the valuable lessons and best practices from Germany. This project is supported by the European Climate Initiative, EUKI, which is a financing instrument by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And as you probably all know, construction sector is responsible for 34% of greenhouse emissions in the EU. So our project aims to contribute significantly to both climate change and stable supply of resources. Over the next 2 days, we are meeting here to delve into the strategies, tools, circular green procurement principles, and policies which can help to make green construction sector a reality. So we will be examining everything from design and procurement to materials and the role of local governments. So I wish you inspiring and interesting 2 days. But let me welcome our distinguished guest. We have here with us Ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Viktor Elbling, Ambassador of Federal Republic of Germany. Good morning. We have also representative of European Climate Initiative, EUKI, Mr. Matthias Daun. Thank you for coming and joining today's event. And we have representative of Warsaw Municipality, because Warsaw Municipality is, this conference is organized under honorary patronage of Warsaw Municipality, Mr. Leszek Drogosz, Director of Infrastructure Department. I also have to mention the great support of our partner, the Embassy of the Netherlands to Poland, who is from many years also highly involved in circular action and support any activities which is connected to circularity. So thank you very much again for your support and to bring some Dutch experience to the table today. So now I would like to give the floor His Excellency Ambassador Mr. Viktor Elbling to give a speech, open speech.
So, Szanowni Państwo, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mrs. Sznyk. It's a great pleasure to be here today with you on behalf of the German government at this final conference of the Circon4Climate, Circular Construction for Climate Action project. This conference marks, as you know, the end of implementing the European Climate Initiative project. I'm sure its result will have a lasting impact way beyond these last 3 years. In fact, the initiative goes on, and there is a call for our countries here to go on with new projects. The cooperation of all project partners from our region, so Poland, Czechia, Slovenia, Germany, has yielded many valuable insights, and most importantly, they are really ready, as far as we see it, to be put into practice. This is the good part, the good news. The bad news is, as you all know, and we all know, that climate change is not really stopping. There are efforts we are doing, but climate change is accelerating. 2024 was the first year in which the 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level was unfortunately exceeded. We have witnessed, and also in Poland, numerous natural disasters. Many countries, droughts, forest fires, severe flooding, so things are happening bigger scale and are happening more often. We are all being witness, I think, to that. The world's population keeps growing and consuming the world's natural resources. They want to live, they want to live in good buildings, they want to consume more food, and as we all know, our possibilities are not endless, our resources are not endless, so it's of utmost importance that we all try to use the resources we have in an efficient way, and especially in line with the principles of circular economy. Especially the building sector can play a central role in achieving climate and sustainability goals and has enormous leverage in terms of resource consumption. We heard the numbers we have there, which are, I think, very impressive and not so well known actually in the public. That is why this project makes an important contribution to minimizing natural resource consumption by strengthening the circular construction practices in the countries we've named before. And consequently, it helps to climate change mitigation. Through this initiative of the Federal Ministry for Economy and Climate of Germany, we have been able to foster an exchange of ideas and expertise in the area of climate protection through projects on topics ranging from energy efficiency, heating sector, to hydrogen, to e-mobility, to carbon management, circular economy for a number of years. From the very beginning, all of the participant countries in this particular project have been vital members of the community. A great number of NGOs, think tanks, research institutes, and municipal representatives have been bringing in the unique perspective and expertise into the green transition. More than 70 projects in Poland alone have been either successfully completed or are currently being implemented. Germany is committed to promoting the principles of circular economy and support companies that are taking an innovative approach when it comes to promoting sustainability in various sectors, including construction. Let me just share a few examples with you, trying not to be too long on this. The National Circular Economy Strategy, adopted on December 4th, 2024, is a milestone on the transformation path towards the circular economy. This framework strategy defines goals, fundamental principles, and strategic measures that support all strategies relevant to raw materials policy. The chapter on construction and buildings is one of the most comprehensive in the entire document. Another important recent initiative is the Alliance for Transformation, which was launched in January 2024. Together with Alliance partners, business, and in society, the German government has identified the potential of circular economy, especially in the construction sector. On a more technical level, quality certificates, such as the State Quality Certificate for Sustainable Building, help to develop and define corresponding parameters for assessing the life cycle and the recyclability of buildings. Also, we continue to work on the introduction of a digital building resource passport. This will tell us which raw materials were used in construction and whether they can be recycled. In addition to the measures and policies introduced by the federal government, numerous companies are setting new standards for sustainable construction and climate protection with innovative materials and technologies. Some of these best practices were discussed during the implementation of the Circon4Climate project. I look forward to exchanging best practices today and tomorrow. I very much hope that the results of this project will lead to many other initiatives and new projects, and this is particularly important, that they be actively used in practice and implemented. I wish you a very fruitful exchange, many new ideas, interesting insights. I'm really happy about this meeting, and I think it's really an important topic for us all in the cities and in our countries. So thank you very much for being here, and all the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. So now I would like to give a floor to Mr. Matthias Daun, representative of European Climate Initiative, EUKI, to tell you a little bit more about these funds and this supporting mechanism.
Thank you very much. So yeah, thank you very much for also inviting the European Climate Initiative today. We are always really glad to see one of our projects really in action, and also with regard to a final conference to really see what has been achieved. So I'm really happy to have the chance to move. Oh, sorry, like always. Give you some glimpse on what the European Climate Initiative is doing. I mean, I'm Matthias Daun. I'm coordinating the ideas competition at the European Climate Initiative. Later, I will give you some news about our current call for project ideas, which is also open. But just to give you an idea, we are a funding program, but we are also proud to say that we are not only a funding program, but also complementing our projects by supporting, for instance, our EUKI community by organizing networking events, trainings all across Europe. We are active in the European Union, but also in the 6 Western Balkan states, which are growingly important also for the European Climate Initiative. Currently, we have around 450 organizations that we proudly call our EUKI community, with over 230 projects. We started in 2017, now already funding with a volume of around 127 million euro. And to give you an idea, I mean, in general, obviously, our main objective is to promote climate protection measures, meaning projects with the main focus on climate change mitigation. We are not looking for adaptation and so on. Those are only co-benefits within the European Climate Initiative, and those are our 6 main topics. Already it has been said, or at least hinted towards, that the energy transition and climate neutral buildings is one of the main topics of the European Climate Initiative, along with climate policy. The other 4 topics are equally important, yet not represented by a high number of projects that are funded. I mean, carbon removals and things, climate neutral mobility, sustainable economy, and also just transition. Obviously, we are aware of the fact that those topics are also interlinked with each other, but just to give you an idea what we are funding. And to move on, Poland, we already heard some figures about Poland, but we and I would also like to state that Poland is one of the most, if not the most important country within, or represented at least, by the most projects involved and most organizations within the European Climate Initiative. In 74 projects at the moment, Polish organizations are involved, represented by 36 organizations. Some of them obviously are involved in more than one project. So Poland is, next to Romania, I guess, one of the well-represented countries within the European Climate Initiative, and one of our target countries. So that being said, I would like to highlight just a few aspects of the Circon4Climate project. I mean, we can see this project as, that I would say, one of the prime examples of an impactful project, how we envisage such a project. I just put up some, let's say, overall topics, for instance, supporting policy making. I mean, with regard, for instance, to supporting the Czech ministry when it comes to public procurement, principles and guidance. They are involved in advising and already have supported, for instance, the strategy for responsible public procurement, which obviously includes also circular principles and requirements, something that we highly encourage and think can be seen as a sustainable approach. I mean, not only they are not on top of obviously also active in Poland and so on. I'm just highlighting this strategy, for instance. In addition, I think one of the nice examples has been the creation of a material cadastre for the city of Prague, something also in cooperation with the German partner here, the Leibniz Institute. So something when we hear about that, is something really representing what we would like to see in an EUKI project. On top of that, I put up the word institutionalization. I mean, there are some really good examples within this project as well for what we consider certain institutionalization when it comes to, for instance, academic work. You are working on certain courses with regard, for instance, at the Czech Technical University, where we always hope for maybe that the curricula, for instance, is taking up certain aspects of circular economy, circular construction, so something that is lasting, but also when it comes to guidelines and other products that are handed out in Slovenia, Poland, Germany as well, and the Czech Republic that are used after the project ends. So the lasting impact of a project is what is counting, which is important. It should not end when the project ends. Something should come out of it, and at least if it is measurable in CO2, that'd be fine, but we know there's a lot of other things to do before you can finally say we have a neutral climate achieved. So, and out of all of this, I mean, you can already see who is partnering up here, and we heard, for instance, the Netherlands, but also other partnerships are already let's say, in the pipeline. We are always happy to see if, for instance, European project funding programs are addressed or already addressed with new ideas, for instance, going towards Horizon Europe projects, for instance. So all of these things sum up a pretty impactful project, which has hopefully lasting effects. And therefore, I would like to say thank you, and I'm really looking forward to see in detail what has been done and what is discussed when it comes to circular construction and circular economy overall. So yeah, thanks for a really good project so far. And to wrap it up, I would just like to advertise our 9th call for project ideas at the moment. It's still open until 10th of March, so if you have some time at hand, 4 weeks, it's manageable to write a project idea. It's only the first step. So please feel free to go on our website, but I'm also here the entire day and tomorrow morning. For the first half, you can always contact me, ask if you have any questions. We are funding non-profit organizations, like I said, in the EU and Western Balkans, and we are happy to receive your project idea within the European Climate Initiative. So thank you, and I'm really looking forward to this conference.
Thank you very much, Matthias. So now I would like to give a floor to Warsaw Municipality, Mr. Leszek Drogosz, Director of Infrastructure Department.
Excellency Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here together with you because this aspect of construction and all of aspects of circularity, this is very important for the implementation of the new model of the city and development in our city. So from this point of view, I think that when we look at the several aspects of what we are doing now and what we will discuss for the next 2 days during the conference, I think that it is important to start from this thinking that we now all facing a lot of global problems, and we still maybe not sure that we are also solution, not only a problem. So from this point of view, that possibilities to implement new model of the constructions, circularity materials, and so on. This is what is possible to change this problem we are creating by the constructions. Warsaw is the city with a very fast development and a lot of constructions we have everywhere. And part of them, this is also what we are constructing as a city itself. So this is also important to think much greener in that all processes. And when we see a circular construction, and when we take into account another problem with that we are creating, so this is what we are doing with the energy sector. So when we match this together, construction and energy, we have to think also about warming of the buildings, so how to secure energy for the buildings. So this is also very important. When we look at the CO2 emissions we are creating during that whole processes, during the energy production and during the constructions, so we see that when we solve that two problems, we probably solve a lot of problems with our future, with the future of our planet. So from this point of view, we have to still see every aspect of that work we are doing. So we have, of course, we are facing a lot of problems now, so we probably have to come back to dictionaries to look at again, to understand better what means sustainability and the sustainable development and that kind of things, because in some politicians, they are trying to change that model of thinking about this. Also, when we think about what is dangerous for the planet and what is not danger, when we think about economy, we have to think more about efficiency, we have to think more about effectivity, not only about productivity. So from this point of view, we have to do a lot on our local place, local stages, but also we have to see all that problems created in the whole world. So from this point of view, I think that this debate with a lot of academic persons, with a lot of people working in the practice, and also administration like we. So I think that we could produce something what is valuable for what we could implement in the future. So thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very happy to see you all.
Thank you very much. Mr. Drogosz will join later the panel discussion, so we can discuss a little bit more what Warsaw is doing in the circularity field. But now, to add some extra energy to our conference, I would like to introduce our Master of Ceremony, Ron van Bloois. Hello, Ron. Great that you managed to come. He will be our host and take care of us during the next 2 days. He's like really stage animal, so I'm really looking forward to his great, introduction of all panel speakers. So Ron, the floor, it's yours.
Well, thank you very much. Warm welcome also on my behalf. It's really a pleasure to be the Master of Ceremony for 2 days. But actually, I would like to start with the lady on the left, because I think when you're able to, let's say, merge all those experts in one room, and when it's about the important topic, I think circularity is on top of the list of municipalities, investors, policymakers. So actually, I would like to start with a big applause for Agnieszka. Yeah, but, and indeed, I'm maybe a little bit for the energy, and maybe a very brief introduction. I'm actually board member of Real Asset Media. We are a global leading media company in real estate, or we call it Real Assets. But I'm also associate professor at the Amsterdam School of Real Estate. And to make it simple, I only have 2 purposes in life, and that's sustainability and healthcare in real estate. Because to my opinion, those 2 topics are the most relevant, but also the most complex, and I love complexity. I have also a little present, because we publish a journal 4 times per year. That's the Impact Journal. It's all about ESG and impact investing. And it's, I think, in the end, all about alignment in the value chain. And for all the attendees over here, I will offer you a free digital subscription to be inspired. And it's all about global thought leadership. So for all attendees, 1 digital copy for you. So if you send me a little email, or maybe we can do it via Agnieszka. So that's 1 little gift from my side. And then about the program. Yeah, we have actually 2 days filled with keynote presentations, inspiration, but also panel discussions. And also as an associate professor, what I would like to achieve is that we're going in depth. So no one-liners where we say, okay, we've been there, done there. No, but when it's about circular economy, where do we have to talk about? Is it really, let's say, the change in the value chain? Is it about maybe the financials? Is it about being competitive? So I think we are here with, let's say, all experts in the room. So what I would like to achieve is that we really also push each other to the next level. So I love interaction. And also when it's about, let's say, panel moderation, I think Agnieszka and Hubert will do the first panel moderations. But I would really like to push also the expert panels to come up with in-depth insights, and also that we have some interaction in the room. So also if you have questions, I will make a round in the room, because I think we would love to have 2 very inspirational days. Yeah, and I think the first topic of today is a very important one, because when it's about circular buildings, I think the design is quite crucial, because we're making decisions in the beginning of the value chain. And we have a great combination of a thematic introduction, a keynote, and an excellent expert panel. So actually I would like to invite on stage the first the first thematic introduction, and that's the lady Barbora Vlasatá. So a big applause for Barbara. Yeah, and Barbara, it's always nice to be the first speaker. Yeah. Do you agree?
Sort of.
Sort of, yeah. Now I think when we're having 2 days of a conference, the last one is always tricky, so we will have a big splash in the end. But we will also would love to have a big splash at the beginning. Yeah. So the floor is yours. Yeah. And there's the clicker, and I will give you the microphone. So, and I'm a little bit a strict moderator, so if it's about timing, when I have 1 minute, then I will stand up and I will give you a little sign. Yeah? Excellent.
So, finally. So my name is Barbora Vlasatá. I'm a representative of Czech Technical University from Prague, especially institute called UCEEP, like University Center of Energy Efficient Buildings. I'm a member of coordinator partner of Circon4Climate project. And my role for today is to introduce you into the theme of circular strategy or circular design strategy. We heard already a lot about the impacts of the construction sector. Just to remind, the construction sector in EU, it's issue of 50% consumption of extracted materials. It also issue in energy consumption. It's around 50% of energy consumption comes from construction sector, and also we have 30% of water consumption and also waste production. So I would say these numbers are quite high. So it's definitely reason to start think about how to decrease these numbers. Yeah, thanks. So that's actually why we come with the issue of circular economy. Circular economy is opportunity to provide the same economic service with less environmental impact in which we live. I mean the environment in which we live. We can do the decrease of the impact by optimizing the consumption of raw materials, by optimizing the production of the waste, and by maximizing or maintaining the value. In concept of building, it means that circularity must be taken into the account through all of the life stages, I mean the stages of the life cycle. And it means from design of the, means from the start of the construction of the building till the end of the life of that building. So the circular concept must be taken into account in each of phases of a life cycle of the building. What is the objective of our project? The objective was settled like minimizing the consumption of natural resources, mitigating climate change. We already heard about that. And the aim was to do that by strengthening circular construction practices in our countries, in Czechia, Slovenia, Poland, and also Germany. The sub-objectives of our project is increase awareness of circular construction processes among regional governments and municipalities, how was already said, as well as key players like policymakers, architects, contractors, investors, and special planning authorities. Through our project, we are helping to implement circular construction principles also into the public procurement. And I would say quite high added value of our project are good examples which supports design of buildings made from recycled or secondary materials. And through these good examples, the construction sector is encouraged to use either the recycled or secondary materials or other environmental friendly materials through the design of the buildings. Why we settled our consortium, why we came with the project. There was a lack, or it is still actually, a lack of awareness among policymakers of the potential how to reduce environmental impacts and how to reduce also the consumption of resources in the building sector. Also investors don't know much about the local guidance on circular procurement. Architects and planners also miss the examples of good practices, miss the support and quality assurance in designing buildings from secondary materials. Contractors, it was another our target group which we are focused on. They have lack of awareness of actual take back and recycling practices. And also recycling industry lacks the key data of guarantee the security of supply of secondary materials. So these are the main objectives or main questions or gaps which we wanted to fill up. This is our consortium. It's 5 partners together. It's us from Czechia, we have ITB and INNOWO from Poland, and there is our great and nice partner from Germany, which came with an idea of material cadastre, and we had opportunity to try to implement the idea of material cadastre in Prague. And there is also Zak from Slovenia. It's quite, they have quite a huge experience in life cycle assessment of either buildings or products or construction products. We already heard about our supporter, I mean European Climate Initiative, especially GIS, who supports us financially, who supports our project. And now let me give you few information or little information about circular principles, which we implement and which we also disseminate to our stakeholders in all of our cooperating countries. These are principles which are called 10 R's. It's a 10R framework. It's a 10 of them. And these principles encourage you to refuse, rethink, reduce, reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, repurpose, or recycle and recover as much as possible of the building elements or the construction elements which are already here, instead of use the newly extracted raw materials. In relation to these principles, we have also circular design principles and measures. Again, it's 10 of them. We have like strategy or concept for, of design for durability, design for adaptability and flexibility of the buildings, design for disassembly, design with recycled materials, design with monomaterials, certification of building products, material and building passports. Another concept is selective demolition. We have quite huge experience already with that, and our colleague from Skanska will give you more depth information in that. There is also a concept of digitalization and BIM, and concept of building as a material bank. I would like to go into the deep of 3 of these designs. One of them is design for assembly. This concept is mainly focused on the end stage of the building. It means that this focus on assemblies and systems in the built environment. These facilities should be designed to allow dismantling at the end of life and or during renovation, with possibility to reusing their components. Second concept which I would like to mention is design for adaptability and flexibility. This is focused mainly on adaptation to changes, to change the purpose of the building, to reduce the financial and environmental impact, with opportunity to change the tenants and design of the building with maximum benefit for users and long-term market potential. And third, last design which I would like to mention, or concept which I would like to mention, is design for durability. It's mainly focused on prolonging of the lifespan of the building, to reduce again waste and conserve resources, and try to design the building as much as possible to be newly repurposed, reused or recycled. These are the practical examples. First picture is about, or is presenting recycled materials in design. These are the recycled aggregates. The second picture is picture from selection demolition or selective demolition. The third one presenting modular design of the building. And the last one brings the picture of building as a material bank. And oh, sorry, can I come back? And at my last picture, there is nice example of best practice. One of our external speakers at our recycling academy are architects Bele and This is the conversion of municipal spa in one of Czech towns, and these municipal spa are converted to the library. So most of the materials are converted to be used again without any special changes, to be used in a new design of municipal spa. So thank you.
Guys? Yeah, excellent. Thank you. I love also the honesty of the keynote, because it's also a little bit reflective. Because when it's about the slide with lack of awareness, I was a little bit shocked. Well, a little bit of a prognosis. How much time will it take us, with all the stakeholders, to go from nice to have to must have?
Actually, it's like a vision. I would say it's more vision than to say it's going to take 10 years or 20 years.
That's way too long. That's way too long. Let's be more ambitious. How about the lack of awareness? I think that's a nice topic for 2 days.
I'm realistic. I'm not
You're
such
realistic.
an optimistic person, so I'm
I
realistic,
like realism.
so
I like realism.
I wish.
Your wish. Excellent. Well, a big applause again for Barbara. I think it's also a nice bridge, actually, to one of the stakeholders you mentioned. And this is the construction company, let's say the general contractors. And I would like to invite on stage Kryštof from Skanska, which is, of course, one of the leading general contractors from the CEE. So a big applause for Kryštof. Yeah, and what I mentioned, I'm from the Netherlands, and also within my Amsterdam School of Real Estate, I'm a little bit known with the guy with the nasty questions. So there's your mic. And let's start with also lack of awareness, Skanska. Are you one of them, or are you one of the outperformers?
I have to say, a few years ago, it was a completely unknown topic. And we took a journey with Mercury, which I will present today. And we try to learn something, and I believe that the lessons learned we took give us valuable insights for our future projects.
Excellent. Well, we're looking forward to your keynote. 50 minutes, I will be there. When you have 1 minute, I will give you a little sign, but the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will try to keep the pace. So my name is Kryštof Kratochvíl. Today I'm representing Skanska commercial development, actually. So it's important to mention that Skanska is composed of several branches. It's a construction company, it's a development company, and infrastructure company. So we do also PPP projects. Today I would like to introduce you a bit of course, Skanska, then tell you the story of Mercury. Present some circular challenges that we bump into and what we learned. Then something we call prerequisites for success. So how to actually get the circular economy working. And in the end, I will tell you a bit what's coming into our projects. So yeah, Skanska, 137 years on the market, mainly construction company, you know. And yeah, it's a pretty big company, spanning from United States all the way to Romania. So yeah, we have a quite huge impact, and that's also why we take some time to learn and to explore ways how to actually build a better world, be more sustainable, and to reduce the negative impact we have with our activities. Yeah, that's also the global areas. So we appointed where Skanska can bring some benefits, and yeah, the sustainability. That's our mindset. Of course, Skanska is originally a Swedish company, so that's something that comes almost naturally. But at the same time, it takes a lot of effort and time to learn in bringing the sustainability to our projects. So I don't know if you heard about Mercury. Mercury is located in Prague, actually in an old industrial district in Holešovice. We have already 2 projects completed in this area, but Mercury was a bit more special. So this is a building from 60s, 70s. It was constructed for PZO, which actually is not the insurance company, but it's an export company from the communist era. So pretty wealthy organization. That's something I'm mentioning because it influences a lot how the building was built, how it was designed, and also what materials was used in the building. In the beginning of the millennium, the building was completely refurbished, which sort of stripped away all the valuable materials and fittings like chandeliers and a piece of art that was in the building originally. It completely vanished. Then the open plan that was in the building was split it by partitions, and yeah, the whole layout was basically destroyed by this refurbishment. Then Skanska purchased the building from HB Reavis, and the whole life cycle on our side began. And when we talk about sustainability and selective demolition, usually I get the question, well, you had a building, why you just didn't convert it and refurbish it again so it can stay an office building, because you are going to build an office building, right? And so with the investigation, what we could do to make it actually happen, not to destroy the building. But then it turned out it's old. Well, yeah, it's not very appealing. It's pretty ugly, if you ask me. And also the layout was not suitable for a modern office building. We didn't have space for HVAC. We didn't have enough space to prevent overheating, etc. So there were so many challenges. We found out that on the design base, we are unable to actually convert the building again to something without really touching the load-bearing structure. Yeah, so in 2022 and 23, we started the change of design, how we can preserve what we have, which is especially the location, that's the most valuable thing, and then how to demolish it in a way that we can at least reuse materials that are already in place. Yeah, so we finished the construction September last year. Actually, it took a bit longer than anticipated at the beginning. And now we are looking into beginning the new construction with materials that we preserved. So this is a general look how the building looked like. You can see that it's surrounded by residential buildings, office building, and one of the highways that is bringing quite a substantial number of cars into Prague. And that brought another challenge to us, because when we talk about any construction or demolition, we are talking about logistics, like how to bring cars that will take the materials away or bring it to the site. And we found out it's pretty difficult when you don't have enough space around. So yeah, that was pretty critical to us also. And I will tell you a bit more how we tackled this. This is how it looked like when we started. So the first thing we had is a pre-demolition audit. So we asked lovely partners to give us some insights what's actually in the building. Because the building is not only old, but it lacked sufficient documentation. We had some floor plans, some drawings, but they were old. They were from 70s, and as I mentioned, there was this general refurbishment a few years ago, so we couldn't really rely on those drawings, and still only paper version with lack of information. So we got the pre-demolition audit to find out at least what we are going to deal with. Then we tested how to continue. If we want to disassemble it, to take elements from every floor, every part of the building, then how we can do it. So we tested. This is the leftmost picture. And this is what we got. This was like 20 square meters of office. So you got some wood, some profiles from partitions, some insulation. So a lot of materials. We had to find out how to get it downstairs and shipped it away. And we actually were quite lucky because our partner that was taking away asbestos. There's another challenge in such an old building. The building was full of asbestos. Asked us if they they can contribute in our next phase. So they were willing to take their experience from treating the building very gently, because asbestos is something that's you don't want really to leak outside the building. So they used this experience and they started to screw by screw disassemble the parts of the building. This is how it ended up. So after taking all the materials from offices, we end up with just a load-bearing structure and facade. Yeah, and this is how it looked like in the garages. So every material was sorted piece by piece, element by element, and waiting for shipping away to our partners. So we actually reach out in cooperation with Circle, another company now on the market. If they can provide us a list of partners, of potential partners, we can reach out, and then we can meet them on site and discuss what we can do actually with every single material. And we really wanted to close the loop. So for mineral insulation, we contacted manufacturers of mineral insulation. For gypsum boards, the same. And it took quite a long time. It actually took over a year to get every partner to the table and then finalize basically a contract for works. Yeah, so, yeah, sorry, I will skip this one. This is how we also end up, because we managed to ship almost everything, but then still, for example, gypsum boards were quite challenging to ship away, because there is another layer and a lot of hesitations if the materials are free of hazardous particles and so on. So we tested a lot. For example, gypsum board was tested 3 times before it reached the manufacturer facility, and they were okay to take it over. Yeah, and then we started with facades, and that brought another challenge, because we thought that there is one part of, or one type of facade, but then it turned out it's completely different, completely unknown to Czech market. That's because it was shipped in '70s from Italy, and no one really knew how to do the disassembly, because there was no experience with it. And this is the almost final stage. So we end up sorting the load-bearing structure, bricks on one side, steel on another, and then concrete to another. And then we had to sort it and find the room and space for every single material. Yeah, and then once we are done, we still need to have some evidence how to what we have done it and to do it, and what actually we end up with financially and also materially. So yeah, you will know it, and this is the result. So we end up 97.4% of the volume of materials recycled or reused, or at least diverted from landfill. So yeah, I think it was a great achievement. The original goal was 80%. So yeah, I think it was good. And then we asked UCIP actually if they can count the impact, And it turned out that actually it's impactful compared to the conventional approach of demolition. Maybe we expected a bit more, but that's also for a future discussion. But I think what's the most important here to note is that with this approach we saved a footprint of concrete that could be used on a building consisting of 65 units of apartments. So I think it's a great achievement if you look at it this way, because this is real comparison of the building that our colleagues from residential development just built. Yeah. Should I quit? Because you're standing.
1 minute.
1 minute. Well.
Final comments, and then you're also part of the panel. So.
Yeah. So I will just tell you finance-wise, because that's another question that everyone is asking. Yes. Yeah. We didn't become rich of doing this, obviously, but I can tell you that it's not more expensive that if you do it just the conventional way, you just blow it away, because you already have to do something. And what's the most expensive part is actually the time in the preparation phase you have to take. So all the hours we spent with partners discussing, that was the most expensive part compared to conventional way. And you still have some risks, like you have to put it into test, every single material, and so on. But in the end, actually, because you negotiate with every partner, you save some money compared to sending it just to the landfill. So I think, the total numbers are, we saved around 260,000 euros compared to sending it to landfill, if you want to dig into deep, but I would say it's still compensated with the workload we had to take before. So yeah, you can do the math. Yeah, thank you very much.
Big applause. I gave you 2 extra minutes, but actually you saved the best for last, because this financial comparison, I think that's very insightful and also very realistic. What does it tell us about leadership at Skanska when you're taking such an extra mile to achieve this?
I have to say we are lucky, and we are also grateful for the leadership that they provided us with the time and money extra, and they were willing to take the risk that we are going to completely unknown waters. Yeah, so we are really grateful for the leadership that they were okay.
Yeah, because I think that's really to be appreciated, and I think that's also why it's a best practice. It looks a little bit like experiment, but I think the next one will even outperform, so great. Yeah. And I also will invite you to be part of the panel discussion, so you can take a seat already. Yeah, feel free. Because I think extra chair also for the moderator. So we're having an excellent panel discussion, and I also would like to invite on stage our kickoff speaker, Barbara, again, and also Jan Pesta and Ewa Kowalska. So please join me on stage, and also moderator Agnieszka. So a big applause for the speakers. Let's see whether we're having enough microphones. Yeah, that works. You have excellent, Kryštof, Jan.
You have it working. What's working?
Let's say we have everybody.
Thank you very
Excellent.
much. Yeah, because
it's the first panel, and we're having quite a big leap of time over here. But what I also would like to see is that we have some interaction with the room. So, Agnieszka, if maybe there is a momentum, I will interfere a little bit and ask also the audience to ask some challenging questions. Is that okay?
Absolutely. We want to keep it as much interactive as possible. And if you have any question, any doubts or remarks, please just interfere and be part of the discussion.
Excellent.
So maybe as a start to follow up your presentation, because you said how you dismantle a building, yes? But what the strategy you used to build a new one? Is it like if it's now time comes that I have to dismantle the new building, it will be easier now because you implement these all circular principles to not see the big mess which we saw on a slide. How did you do, like, you know, for the building, the new?
Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, the whole topic of circularity and the way of thinking was pretty new, and we found out what it takes actually to take care of the building after its life cycle. So I can't tell that the next building will be completely easy to disassemble because it's still completely different approach to design. So yeah, we would like to. Next building will be easier to dismantle, and then the next one will be, let's say, the easiest from now on. But I think it definitely takes time, and it's not only about our office, but also architects and designers that are coming into the process. And still, for them, at least from my experience, it's also pretty new, new way of doing things.
So I think this smoothly goes to Ewa Kowalska-Ocneanu, Director of Sustainability Department at WSP. You are actually architects, engineers, yes, who are on the beginning of the process. So first of all, what Barbara said, are you aware about circular approach, circular strategies? Are you implementing already in your design process? How does it look now? I don't know, try.
Yes. We are. I represent engineering company working with architects. We have also on board some architects, but we mainly focus on. My team is focusing mainly on sustainable construction consultancy. But we work a lot with architects, and yes, we are very aware of circularity in the construction sector, and this is very challenging, but we have tools available through, for example, certification. BREEAM certification, one of the criteria where we assess buildings and investments are pushing into the circular construction. We, for example, work with architects on material efficiency strategies, as well as on life cycle analysis of materials and buildings, and waste management, etc. So all elements of circular economy are considered in the certification. And I think we have pretty a lot of small examples and a few big examples of such strategies implemented in the projects in Poland. I think there are some architects which are especially open for the implementing of circularity into their projects, but the truth is that everything ends with the decision of the investors. And investors are investing in buildings which are let's say, requested by the market. So what we usually, in most cases here, when we talk about circular approach in terms of refurbishment or recycling or other circular strategies, we always hear, but tenants or financing institutions don't ask us for this. So it was already mentioned that the problem, I think Barbara, you mentioned that your findings in the project that there is a low awareness on the market through investors. I would say that architects already are on the higher level. So it's their understanding is pretty high, but what I think it's the problem, these are not their decision what they will design. So the investors are the key decision makers. So it's good to hear Skanska is doing it. And I must say that most of our clients, big clients, but also smaller clients, have on their pipelines projects which can be named as pretty close to circular buildings. Not fully, but in principles they are. So not all investments, I think Skanska and other big investors cannot afford all projects to be fully circular, but they have in the pipeline many refurbishment projects, for example.
Thank you very much, Ewa. So I think the investor, yes, the most important in the value chain. You want to add something?
Yeah, well, one thing we haven't mentioned yet is EU taxonomy. And that's something that also puts pressure on us. But at the same time, it gives us a guidance how to build new buildings and new offices, new residential buildings. And one of the requirements is also design for circularity or circularity assessment. So if we want to be appealing to the market and we want to be compliant with EU taxonomy, we already have to consider and put circularity into the scope of projects. So I think that also pushes the market for us as investors to make buildings more circular.
So what do you think could be the biggest trigger, like legislation change or maybe the fiscal change when the secondary material become lower regarding the price than the primary materials, yes, and the taxes and or consumer awareness? What do you think?
I believe it's a combination, obviously. First of all, we need a legal framework that we can navigate through, because one of the challenges with Mercuria was we didn't know actually if we are still within the law or if we are already beyond and we are violating the law. So that's something that really needs to become a thing. And then, of course, if those materials that are made of secondary materials are cheap enough or competitive to the primary materials, then I think it will be the easiest to use it responsibly and use materials with secondary market.
Maybe this is also a question to you both. I just come back to you, Barbara, in a second. But why are we talking about circular materials? This is a big discussion. I remember when we organized a workshop, there is like a big arguments which material is really circular and which are not. You know, is it aluminium? Is it steel? Is it like it? And it wasn't one answer for that. There is no black and white answer. Yeah, this life cycle assessment. No, it depends. It's also different methodologies. So. What can guide you? Do you have the easy guidelines that, okay, I pick this material because it's really circular, or is it lag, or what should be done? And also like from the academia perspective, yes? We had this discussion, and I'm not sure if there is an answer for that yet.
Actually, I think it depends, on point of view. If you are rather focused on recycled content of the material or like bio content of the material, each of these materials could be recognized like a circular one. So it really depends on the choice of the investor or of the contractor, what he sees like a circular material. So as I mentioned in my thematic introduction, it doesn't mean that it must be recycled or somehow reused. It means also it's durable for longer time. It could be also part of the circularity of the material, and also the biomaterials are from my point of view, pretty circular as well. So
maybe I ask you a follow up on that, because we have in our guidelines, maybe I should mention, because there is a website of our project with buildingcircularity.eu, and within the project we prepare different guidelines for different topics. One of that is a circular strategy, circular construction strategy guidelines, where you can go through different strategies which are already on the market. And it's also translated in different languages, like on the languages in which partner was involved. But there is also the guideline about the circular materials. There is a guideline about circular procurement principles. So I really encourage you to go to the website and check these guidelines, because there is a lot of knowledge, I think, which our partners put into the project. But as I said, we have like 14 different strategies, like design for disassembly, design for durability, design for use. Barbara, could you name 3 which from your perspective are the most promising or the most easy to implement? And don't say that's difficult to choose.
Actually it is.
This is not an answer, no. Pick 3 and tell me why.
Actually, it is tricky, but in my focus, it's the lifespan, especially lifespan of the building. So the durability of the building is, from my point of view, quite important. So as long as the building can be here, it's even better.
But then we talk about adaptability and flexibility. It's not in contradiction?
It's not. It's not actually. It's even more supporting point of view if it's the building adaptable or flexible. It's even longer lifespan of the building. So everything comes together, I would say.
Is Skanska apply any of this?
Yeah, well, certainly, but it's always about what you want from the building to be, and then decide on the strategy you want to take. Well, actually, a few weeks ago, we finished an assessment. We tried to put a layout of the new Mercury as an office building, and try to find how easy it is to adapt it to new use, like, for example, residential building. And it showed us that there is a gap we need to bridge, because if we want to build for durability, and if we want the new building to last longer than the old one, so longer than 50 years, then we need to make it ready for different uses. And that showed us that we still need maybe to touch into the design and change it a bit, so we are ready for new ways of because maybe, who knows, in 50 years we don't need office buildings. Maybe we really need something completely different, and that means that we need to be ready for the transition to residential building, for example. Yeah, so if I should answer to you, the design for adaptability and durability are 2 main strategies we want to take.
Yeah, we are living in the times of change, yeah, I think.
Exactly.
So this is, I think, the reason. So if you have to convince the investor, what are the most significant benefits of applying circular construction strategy? Eva?
May I comment on the first,
yes.
because I was happy you asked this question, because I was gonna to say what, in my opinion, is most important from these strategies, and actually the proof is that I underline actually the same: durability and adaptability and flexibility. So I'm happy that we 3 have the same point of view, because I think there are key factors to have really circular, lasting for many years, longer than 60 years buildings. And I would add maybe one more word, which I think is within the durability, but I think architects very often underline the importance of quality of design, because it's not only material which must be durable, but also a building as a part of our environment must be durable through the quality of design. So I think this is also important, and we cannot forget. So we have, I think, many buildings in the city, in the cities, which are simply ugly. So they are demolished not because they are not functional. Very often they are, but they were not high quality architecture. So this is also an important factor we cannot forget. And I think architects are very often underlining this.
What about, let's say, product as a service, or like, you know, leasing? I see there, I think, Signify representative. I think this is former Philips, which firstly introduced on the market this product as a service. But for example, there is example of Mitsubishi elevator in Holland, I think in the Netherlands, also an example, but they offer the elevators as a leasing. So they calculated like the ride with the elevator, like, I don't know, 3,000 per month, and I pay for a ride actually, not for the elevator. But the ownership, it stays with the producer, with the Mitsubishi. If something happens, they have to come and fix it. It's also a little bit difficult from the legislation or ownership perspective, because if I want to sell a building, you know, the elevator, it's not mine, yes? So I have to also make extra, yeah, exactly. So I would like to, also we have insulation company representative. Maybe we can offer insulation product as a leasing. What do you think? Did you ever think about it? No? Always. So are you open for that, to not be owner of the material or just lease? Not really, I see.
No, well, actually, we had a very interesting discussion a few months ago when we touched this topic, and it's as you mentioned, it's quite difficult to pass the ownership of the building and then pass also all the contracts that are with the building, and then to secure the quality that we are selling. Because if we sell the building, we are selling it as a one package. It's we are putting a stamp, brand stamp that stays behind the quality, and it brings additional step and additional effort to secure the quality on every single product that you are not having in your ownership.
It's not that the security, the quality will be better, because, you know, I'm, as a producer, it stays with me forever, yes? So I really have to be sure that the quality is good, because then I sell it to you, I don't care anymore, yes? Extended producer responsibility is done at this point.
Well, I think it's a very interesting idea, but at this moment, I'm not convinced we are there. But let's see, maybe in a few years.
Ewa, what do you think about it?
I believe in this concept, in sense that, mainly from the point of view how it is produced and how durable it is. And while I don't believe it's I mean, I like the responsibility to stay with the producer and not the owner, because this guarantees the higher quality. And I don't know if with everything it can be done, and I am not so happy with the idea of disassembling. I mean, I like it for a certain type of buildings, but as such, I would like to see buildings which are which will last for centuries, not only for 20 years or something, and including the installations and all elements which are in the building. But I think this is good path to also to fulfill this challenge as not a challenge, but the strategy for adaptability. Once you need certain type of elements in the buildings, but if you change the purpose of the building, you may not need them. So dismantling these elements can be used by without bigger work in another building. So yes, from this point of view, I like this concept.
So what do you think about temporary buildings? Yeah, there are a few examples about it. And, you know, at the first sight, it seems okay. It's not circular. Yes, I built something or construct something for, I don't know, 5 years, lifespan. But there are some examples, yes, and none of material was missing. So far, what I heard, there is a court in Amsterdam, I think, which is built only for 5 years and then was disassembled, but they didn't lose any value because every single piece of material was used in the different purpose.
I can give you the Polish example of something what I think not everybody is aware, but Polish pavilion in Dubai, which won many awards for the beautiful design, was designed for disassembling. It was one of the requirements set by the Dubai organization. I mean the organization of this international expo. It finally stays in Dubai because it is so beautiful that they asked to keep it, but it was designed and built to be transported back to Poland, or maybe not back, but because it was built over there, but in elements could be transported to Poland. So we have a good example of the building, which can be at the highest level of the design, with possibility to transport it to any place on the earth.
What about these material passports? I don't know, could you elaborate it? Could you use it? Do you see the future for that? Is it really working? Because I see there is like already a few trials, yeah, to implement it on the market. But how does it work really for you as a developer?
Well, I think it's super important to know what you have in the building. So the more data you have, the better for the future as well. We started using BIM models for every building many years ago already, and we continue doing it with every other building. And we are just trying to boost the model as much as possible, so we know every single piece that is built in the building has its own number, evidence, EPD if possible. So the future owner, the future company that will take over the building, and if they really want to disassemble it, they will know what they are dealing with. So for every single building, we have the evidence, we have material passport, let's say, and I believe the future is in connection to other buildings, like the material cadastre. I really like this idea, because it's not, if you think about circularity only for one building, I think there is no future. But if you pass it to the whole city or maybe region, then it makes sense, because you start to create the market, because you can exchange the materials across buildings.
Barbara, you want to add something to these material passports from scientific perspective?
I think it's super needed, I would say, because without that information, you are not able to keep all the supportive information for next stage. I mean, stage of the life cycle of the building. Without that, you are not able to do it. So it's super important to start with this passporting of already used materials, and start to think about where we can use them again, for which function we're gonna use them, and back to the temporary buildings. I really like it, because as Kryštof mentioned, changes are happened, and this is connected with the changes, and it's important to react on the changes. And even if you see the demographic scales, so one time you need, for example, nursery school, and next time you need a building for seniors. So it's super important to be able to react, or to give answer in a type of building which is needed. So it's super important for me.
We still have temporary museum, yes, at the Vistula Banks, which was brought to Poland, I think, from Berlin, actually. So it should be temporary, but it's still here.
I said for certain types of buildings, it's yes, I can accept. But really, I am from education and from my professional life so much focus on environmental impact of any activity we undertake. So I am very focused on limiting any activity which has an impact. So I think we have to make more compromises, I mean compromises not in terms of compromises to environment, but in our behavior, expectations, etc. To be aware that we can do something better and more durable, but not always, of course.
So if you have to convince, coming back to my question, convince investor, what are the most significant benefits of applying circular economy principles? Like, you know, just which way to convince them to invest? You have some data, so also maybe you can.
What we usually, because this is something what the type of discussion we have with all of our clients, yes? Even if we know that from the very beginning there is not such a scope, we always try to convince to make a small steps. The main reason to consider is to make buildings future ready. It means that not only from the functional point of view, but also from the future tenants, future building users point of view. So we try to push to think in long term, not only short term. So not what market requires now, but what will require in the future. Of course, there are some obstacles that developers make buildings to sell it in 1 or 2 years. So this is not long-term perspective. But I hope that buyers will think in long term. And it happens already. And there is a big role of the investors which are investing in the for example, circular buildings as one of the sustainability aspects they want to see in the projects they buy. So this is the argument, always economical, because this is the language which investor talk to us as well.
Talks, yeah? Barbora, would you like to add? Convince investor that what we're doing makes sense.
Actually, I'm not...
You're not convinced.
I'm not in depth in investor point of view, sorry.
Maybe Agnieszka, do we have investors in the room? That could be an interesting question also to the audience. So do we have investors over here? Because I do believe that we have consultancy firms who are working with investors. For example, one of our keynote speakers, maybe Petran. Yeah, I'm the nasty guy with the questions, but you're working quite a lot with institutional capital, I assume. Maybe you can reflect on the topic about, do we have appetite in investors about circularity, or do they prefer, let's say, single asset deals, linear economy, keep it like in the past? So do you see the appetite, or is there a little bit of movement at investors?
Well, thanks for an excellent question again. The good news is, yes, there is appetite. There's an appetite coming to the market. What we now see is in refurbishing buildings, we see investors taking care of embodied carbon, but also for newly built buildings, they take into account how much carbon is being used in order to produce all the products to realize a building. So embodied carbon as part of circular economy is something they're looking closer at. Because at a certain time, certain moment, as an investor, you might get taxed or penalized for the amount of carbon you have been using in a building. On the other hand, I'll have to say, it's just starting, eh?
And what about legislation? Because I think that was also an excellent question by Agnieszka. Is it driven by EU taxonomy, CSRD, and also the wish to perform on ESG? It's a lot of abbreviation, but is that really one of the drivers for investors to, let's say, measure and outperform on those topics like ESG?
Yeah, definitely. Every company, also investors, they are also looking for, on the one hand, looking for a place where you can excel. You build your own corporate image by doing better than others. It's a competitive advantage. And on the other hand, we are also looking at a level playing field so that we all move in steps within legislation. And corporate sustainable reporting directives, ESG, EU taxonomy are certainly part of it, yes.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is excellent. Oh, a little bit more interaction. I love it. We have Hubert. Actually, Hubert, you're my special sidekick of today and tomorrow. Also doing the workshop sessions. You're having a question or additional comment?
A question, actually, because I noticed that, Ewa, you mentioned that, some of the investors sell their buildings after 1 or 2 years, and it's probably, the standard. So they don't think really strategically. So the question to all panelists that I would have is, what is the prevalence of the investor thinking strategically? And is it the case that our financial model is lacking something? Maybe we need something like a extended producer responsibility throughout, I don't know, decades for the buildings, for them to really think strategically, not to build, to sell in a few years, make a profit, and then forget about the product they put on the market.
I don't want to say that they forget about these challenges. It's not the truth. It's maybe my words seemed a bit brutal because if they talk to us, it means that they have the sustainability goals, so they try to meet many of them. But what I wanted to say, it's not that. What I am missing, very courageous projects. I think most of our clients, investors and developers have their own strategies and they want to comply with it. But there are many obstacles, not only driven by the economics, but also limitations of the market. An example from just this week, we have a project, a residential project, where the investor focus on very low embodied carbon. So thank you for raising this subject, because this is very hot topic. We are consultants helping them to find a way to comply with this very strict goal. But the problem is that on the market there are no such low emission materials to comply with these targets. So this is not the way to bring them from, I don't know, Australia or from other, because then the carbon footprint will rise. So there are many other obstacles, not only the way how investors think or how they are gonna, how they can want to keep the financial track on sustainable or circular buildings. There are also limitations of the market, which I think are one of the biggest challenges.
You want to add something?
Well, I would like, just to add, because Skanska is a developer, so obviously what we do is to build in 1-2 years, we sell it to investors. But we are in close talks with these investors, and they already have their own targets. So we need to develop a building in a way it's appealing to them, So we can't just, in our strategy, think 2 years ahead for the project life cycle. We need to really think 50, 70, maybe even more years ahead to be really appealing to those investors. And I wanted to say that carbon footprint and carbon overall is a new currency. It steps into the decision-making process, and nowadays it's not only about the money, it's also about the carbon footprint the building has, and that influences both investors and developers.
So maybe follow up on that, because we have some questions from the audience online. Before. We have priority.
Yeah, we stay in the room. Excellent. Yeah, we love interaction. So
I was waiting.
We're dealing with, let's say, a few hundred people online and also asking questions. So it's a challenging task. But let's start with we start with you. What's your question?
Okay. Thank you. I will not present myself because I would like to avoid the situation that I am trying to force our point of view, the company which I represent. But I would like to refer what Ewa has said. I oppose strongly to your statement that there are no materials with low embodied carbon. Low embodied carbon, it's very, very dependent on the production, which means that if there is a producer who uses in majority the energy coming from renewables, means the embodied carbon is very low. So naturally it has started a few years ago. Nevertheless, well, I can really convince you that there are a lot of products in Poland which with a low embodied carbon. Thank you. And well, I have more questions, but I will leave it.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I don't say they are not, but when the goals are very strict, then we have to play with many materials and availability. So this, I want to be clear. I don't want to say there is no availability at all, but there are really challenges in this. And I have practice in this with working with general contractors, and this is not something what I read in papers. This is something what is daily experience from a couple of projects.
Can I ask where these goals, like the strict goals, come from?
From the investor.
But why? Why they are so high? These
why ambitious?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this is. In my opinion, of course, we don't ask why they set such ambitious goals. They're in line with the world ambitions, with the strategies and the world strategies. And I think they think long term. There are in many cases, not all, but in many cases, there are funds investing the money of the people. And they want to be sure that in 50 years or in 40 years, these buildings will be working for these people. So they believe that sustainability is the key to guarantee this return from investment. I think this is my interpretation. I never asked them why they set such ambitious, so this is my interpretation.
When you said that you are not even able to fulfill these requirements, these ambitious requirements, I would assume that they should know what is on the market. For example, as you mentioned, that there is no like selection for such a low carbon footprinted materials. So I would assume that these investors would know what is even possible to fulfill.
Well, it's more complex. First of all, we are in the beginning of this path. So the market is changing now. About the embodied carbon footprint, we talk for 2 years only. So the availability is changing every day. So this is not that they have a full knowledge. They know the market through these projects which which are happening now. And then the embodied carbon of the building is a mixture of the embodied carbon of each single material. So it depends on how you will deal with this material. So one assumptions can be found impossible to implement. So we look for the other. Yeah, but process is going. So many things cannot be changed already, especially that we focus mainly on 5 main, or maybe 10 main building elements where they are crucial for the embodied carbon. So these are many factors which are dealing with. Yeah.
So one question to Skanska from Marzena. Do you encourage your producers to provide machine-readable data about the materials? What is your strategy to process this data?
Machine process them. Sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, provide machine-readable data. So I know this, I think, digitalization.
I think it goes to documents of the materials and every load that comes to the site. That yes, we have a clear evidence. I don't think it's easy by scanning RFIDs or something like this. At this moment, it's more paper-based, and then a lot of human workforce to process it and to put it into the model. Unfortunately, I'm not aware about any initiative that would put more machine readable data on site that would ease this workforce.
And maybe another question which a little bit maybe summarize our discussion. We talked a little bit about it already, but Pavel asked you, how do you measure the circularity of the building? Are there tools to support project teams, and what KPIs indicator are used? Is there an indicated way to report circularity? Any answer? As far as I know, there is not one and only, no size fits all. But if you can elaborate.
Actually, regarding the LCA, like the method for assessing life cycle, there are like settled in the standard 15804, like 3 or 4 indicators for output flows, like material reuse, energy recovery, recycled content, and one more, I think. So these are already settled in the standardization. So there's even more of them. It's not one like a circular indicator, as far I know.
I would come back to green certifications. They have some tools and maybe not strictly KPIs. In most of the cases, there are just criteria to assess the scale of circularity of the building. So these are, for example, the percentage of recycled material used, type of building if it's refurbished, so how percentage of material left during refurbishment is in the building, LCA mentioned before, but also strategies implemented with the strict requirements like energy, material efficiency, adaptability, design for adaptability, etc. So these are criteria which are assessed in BRIAM or some of them in LEED. So these are indicators.
And do you have special team who support you in circularity implementation?
We have great colleagues in our sustainability team, and they do a lot of assessments for us. But with certifications and numbers, I don't think there is one single number that would say this building is 97% circular. yeah, it really depends on the strategy you take and the numbers or KPIs you look at. So you can strive for a high ranking on BREEAM or LEED, or you can count your LCA, but or you can do the levels assessment within EU taxonomy. So it really depends on what you are looking and also what your clients are looking for. Then yeah, based on this, you can call it a circular building.
Thank you. So now I think time for the last question, because I smell a lunch.
Yeah, indeed.
And we're ready to serve it.
Lunchtime, honestly. I'm also quite hungry. It was quite early this morning, 4:15 in the Netherlands. So one final question, indeed, maybe also from the audience, because we also have a final speaker with the inspirational best practice as a last speaker before the lunch, Agnieszka. So maybe I would like to pick a very brief question, if it's possible. And I'm aware that talking about circularity takes a lot of words and also to be specific. But this lady, maybe a brief question.
Yeah, I actually have a comment. My name is Alinka Balko-Pranic. I'm from ZAK. And there is maybe it was not mentioned today, but there is a new regulation on laying down harmonized rules for the construction product, so a new construction product regulation, which will also, as part of the essential process of have CO2, not just CO2, but in the time the whole all impact categories. So I think that this, I mean, it will take some time to really implement it with the harmonized standards, etc. But this, I think, is very optimistic for the sustainable buildings, because it will be easy to calculate then the LCA of the whole, or the impacts, environmental impacts of the building. So this product regulation, yeah.
Excellent. Well, thanks for this insightful ad. I would like to give a big applause to this first-class panel. Thank you. Because I'm also aware that when we're talking about circularity, it's quite a big topic, eh? So it's also quite difficult not to jump from one to another. Just before the lunch, because we will have a lunch from 12 to 1 o'clock. And after that, we're having a very inspirational afternoon about procurement, which is also a very insightful topic. But I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Marek Gmerski. And you will give let's say, an inspirational presentation about what we call a dreamer project. Is that the right word?
Perfect, yeah. Thank you for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you are hungry and angry in the moment, so I'll be brief. This short speech was squeezed into the conference agenda in the last moment, and there was a reason for this. Because I'd like you to draw your attention to the project that is directly related to building circularity. As we all know, some 10 years ago, we could have thought about moving post-Soviet Ukraine into the modern age as a EU candidate. Now the story is different, and Koźmiński University, that I represent, with 6 other higher education institutions, decided to come up with a project named DREAMER. Here you see the acronym. To help to rebuild Ukraine by the means of state-of-the-art project management. And of course, there will be a lot of projects after the war related to construction, to reconstruction this country. And this is why I'm here, because we would like you to invite you to share your stories for this reason. We need to use your best practices, your stories to help this country to be redeveloped, let's say. The 7 institutions, 7 universities involved in this project will be also developing some e-learning materials that will be in use in our universities. So in case you decide to participate, in case you decide to share your stories, you will get some recognition as well. So I think it is there are a lot of things that we can all gain from this project. So this is why I'm here. So here we are the QR code that you can copy, and you can fill in the form, the very short questionnaire to get in touch with us. Of course, I'm available in here for any questions during lunch. Thank you very much.
And also to be very briefly, because indeed I'm smelling all the nice pastries, etc. So I would like to invite you for a lovely lunch. I think it was a good Kickstarter of this two-day conference. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock. So 12 to 1, me time, eating time, networking time. So see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. I tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only had 2 hands. Hope I get the chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. Wish that I could stay forever this young, not afraid to close my eyes. Life's a game made for everyone, and love is the prize. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. Listen to the ground, there is movement all around. There is something going down, and I can feel it. On the waves of the air, there is dancing out there. If it's something we can share, we can steal it. And that sweet city woman, she moves through the light, controlling my mind and my soul. When you reach out for me and the feeling is bright. Night fever, we know how to do it. Give me night fever, we know how to show it. Here Toast to the wish you were here but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back you. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain, when I believed in forever and everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name, 'cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day, yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday, but everything gon' be alright. Go and raise a glass and say, hey, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your memories bring back you. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost, when I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feel like an ember and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for ya, that you know I'll never drop. Oh yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday, but everything gon' be alright. Go and raise a glass and say, hey, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your memories bring back
Everything is wonderful. Being here is heavenly. Every single day she says everything is free. I used to be so careless, as if I couldn't care less. Did I have to make this mess when I was Mary's prayer? Suddenly the heavens roared, suddenly the rain came down, suddenly it was washed away, the Mary that I knew. So when you find somebody to keep, think of me and celebrate. I made such a big mistake when I was Mary's prayer. So if I say save me, be the light in my eyes. And if I say thank you, Marys, leave a light on in heaven for me. Blessed is the one to share your power and your beauty, Mary. Blessed is the millionaire who shares your wedding day. So when you fancy free, and I'm not alone. I've got company, everything's okay. The livelong day with this mellow song, I can't go wrong in a mellow tone. That's the way to live. If you're mope and grown, something's gotta give. Just go your way and laugh and play. There's joy in all in the mellow tone. In a mellow tone, feeling fancy free, and I'm not alone. I've got company, everything's okay. The livelong day with this mellow song, I can't go wrong in a mellow tone. That's the way to live. If you're mope and grown, something's gotta give. Just go your way and laugh and play. That's joy and on in a mellow tone. 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 In a mellow, in a mellow tone. In a mellow tone.
No matter how hard I try, you keep pushing me aside, and I can't break through. There's no talking to you. It's so sad that you're leaving. It takes time to believe it, but after all is said and done, you're gonna be the lonely one. Do you believe in life after love?
look in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so very special. But I'm a creep, and I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice when I'm not around. You're so very special. I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't belong here.
Some people deities, one another take pride in themselves, keeping the other one down. Well, I'm not like that at all. Some people they hurt one another, they love to see hurt just ache to have you take the keys that's waiting for you. You know if you do, you won't regret it. Come and get it. Oh, no one is near. I may cry, oh, 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 but no one can hear. Mama may scold me, 'cause she told me it was naughty, but then, oh, do it again, please do it again. Do it again. My lips just ache to have you take the keys that's waiting for you. You know if you do, you won't regret it. Come and get it. Oh, no one is near. I may cry, yo, oh, oh, but no one can hear. Mama may scold me, 'cause she told me it was naughty, but then, oh, do it again, please do it again.
Police walked in for Jimmy Jazz. I said he ain't here, but he went bounce. Oh, looking for Jimmy Jazz, 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 and set in Massamania for Jimmy Dread. Cut off his ears and chop off his head. They can't look for Jimmy Jazz, 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 Jazz. So don't take a message across this town. Maybe put it down somewhere and over the round. See it gets to Jimmy Jazz, 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 Jazz. And don't you bother me, not anymore. I can't take this down, no, no, no more. It's all around, Jimmy Jazz, 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 Jazz. Jimmy Jazz, 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 Jazz. Police walked in for Jimmy Jazz. I said he ain't here, but he went back. They're looking for Jimmy Jazz.
Get this party started on a Saturday night. Everybody's waiting for me to arrive. Sending out the message to all of my friends. We'll be looking flashy in my Mercedes Benz.
touch of your hands upon my head, the love in your eyes, a shine, and now at last, the moment divine, the touch of your lips on mine, 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 the touch of your lips
I will find the time, we will find the timing. Cause you on my mind, I hope that you don't mind it. You know that I want you, you know that I want you next to me. But if you need some space, I will step away. And I know it might sound stupid, but for me, yeah, yeah, I just gotta keep believing, and I've heard some say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your loving one day. Just say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your loving one day. Promise that I'll try, that I will try to meet someone. And there's so many guys who told me I deserve someone. I wanna call you up, but maybe it'll only make it worse. I guess that I just don't know what to do with myself. Cause I know it might sound stupid, but for me, yeah, yeah, I just gotta keep believing, and I've heard some say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your loving one day. Just say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your loving one day. Some say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your loving one day. Just say you will love me one day, and I will wait to get your loving one day. Just say.
What a difference a day made. 24 little hours, bought the sun and the flowers where there used to be rain. My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm a part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear. Since you said you were mine, Lord, what a difference a day made. there's a rainbow before me. Skies above can't be stormy. Since that moment of bliss, that thrilling kiss, it's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day made, and the difference is you. Yesterday was blue, dear. Still, I'm a part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear. Since you said you were mine, Lord, what a difference a day makes. There's a rainbow before me. Skies above can't be stormy. Since that moment of bliss, that thrilling kiss, it's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day made, and the difference is you.
You know that I would be a liar if I was to say to you, boy, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. The time to hesitate is through. No time to wallow in the mire. Try now, we can only lose, and our love becomes a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire.
I'm the girl in your other phone, lighting up inside your drawer at home, all alone, pushing 40 in the friend zone. We talk and then you walk away every day. Ooh, you don't think twice about me. Maybe you're right to doubt me, but if you give me just one night, you're gonna see me in a new light. Yeah, if you give me just one night to meet you underneath the moonlight. Ooh, I wanna take you to, I wanna break through, I wanna know the real thing about you, so I can see you in a new light. Take a ride up to Malibu. I just wanna sit and look at you, look at you. What would it matter if your friends knew? Who cares what other people say anyway? Ooh, we could go far from here and make a new world together, baby. Yeah, if you give me just one night, you're gonna see me in a new light. Oh, if you give me just one night to meet you underneath the moonlight. Ooh, I wanna take two, I wanna break through, I wanna know the real this all or nothing where your loving got me sleeping without you. And I need somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love, and I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your eyes. I'll be safe and sound till I come back around. But now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love, and now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love.
If it takes forever, I will wait for you. For 1,000 summers, I will wait for you. Till you're back beside me, till I'm holding you, till I hear you sigh here in my arms. Anywhere you wander, anywhere you go, every day remember how I love you so. In your heart, believe what in my heart I know, that forevermore I'll wait for you.
The clock will tick away the hours one by one, and then the time will come when all the waiting's done. The time when you return and find me here and run straight to my waiting arms. If it takes forever, I will wait for you for 1,000 summers. I will wait for you till you're here beside me, till I'm touching you, and forevermore sharing our love. Try to think that love's not around. Still it's uncomfortably near. My old heart ain't gaining no ground since my angel eyes ain't here. Angel eyes, that devil sent, they glow unbearably bright. And need I say that my love's misspent, misspent with angel eyes tonight. So drink up all you people. Are there anything you see? Have fun, you happy people. The drink and the laughs on me. Pardon me, but I gotta run. The facts uncommonly clear. I gotta find who's now the number one, and why my angel eyes ain't here. So drink up all you people. Are there anything you see? Have fun, you happy people. The drink and the laughs on me. Pardon me, but I gotta run. the facts uncommonly clear. I gotta find who's now the number one, and why my angel eyes aim here, and why my angel eyes ain't here, and why my angel eyes ain't here. Excuse me while I disappear. I don't know just how it happened. I let down my guard so that I'd never fall in love again. But I fell hard. Guess I should have seen it coming. Caught me by surprise. Wasn't looking where I was going. I fell into your eyes.
Wait.
And wait a little bit more.
Wait. Okay.
1 o'clock, he's on the go.
Yeah. I'm very strict on time. It's more like welcoming people from the lunch to here. Huh? Can I do that now? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start again after the lunch. So please come over to the conference room. Some final coffees. People are always a little bit afraid when I'm entering with the microphone. But actually, I'm a little bit curious. When it's about takeaways and also inspiration, was it a good Kickstarter this morning?
Definitely. Yes, it was a very good kickstart. And I think, well, can't wait to see what's going on the second part of the day.
Excellent. Maybe one other take from here, from the ladies? When it's about energy? Oh, yes. No, don't be surprised, yeah. Yeah, great. No, but maybe a quick question from me to you. Because it's all about inspiration, sharing best practices, and also maybe sharing definitions. Are we heading in the right direction?
This whole conference is about the perfect topic. So this day is inspiring.
Oh, this day is inspiring. Well, tomorrow even better. You're on the panel. Yeah, great. Excellent. Well, I think everybody has a coffee, and otherwise we will start because my role is to be on time, and also to be a little bit structured and to energize. So yeah, I think it was. I totally agree. It was a good Kickstarter, and also it's a big topic. It's impactful, and it's also interconnected. And I think that's a good introduction for this afternoon session, where it's all about circular procurement. And again, it will be a keynote speech, some remarks, an excellent expert panel, and after that, with my fellow Hubert, we will run the small working groups. But Hubert, you are also the moderator of the session, so maybe also a big applause for Hubert over here, my sidekick of the afternoon. Yeah, and I'm actually also delighted because my office is based in Amsterdam with the Amsterdam School of Real Estate. And actually, I'm also a little bit proud when I see Dutch guys or girls, let's say, showing leadership on sustainability. And I think that when I'm introducing this guy, his name is Petran van Heel. He is definitely one of these thought leaders. He did it in his previous assignment at ABN AMRO. Today he's doing it at Colliers. And he will give a mind-blowing keynote. So a big applause to Petra van Heel. Yeah, that was actually a light intro, Petra. Huh? Was it good? You will get a clicker for the presentation. Yeah. And I will give you the mic. Again, also for you, it's 15 minutes. Yeah. But you will also participate in the panel, so blow us away.
So if I'm taking 2 minutes extra here, I lose 2 minutes on the panel. Thanks for the introduction as well. Building circularity. Let's see if the clicker works with me. Yeah, I've translated it. Now it's in translation. Now it's here. Well, hello everybody. This is the hardest part. After lunch, it's my turn. Everybody's having had lunch. I hope you went outside to get some fresh air as well, because I have like 40 slides, and they're not all about procurement. There's so far no slides. Maybe. Well, this is. You will change the slides? Okay, they'll work as well. They'll do. Okay, I've been slightly introduced. Thanks. Petran van Heel. Nowadays I work at Colliers, a large global real estate advisory firm. And yes, we are also in investment management. So if you're on long-term or short-term investment, we know about it. I'm there as a director of ESG, environment, social and governance, which is at the forefront of many strategic agendas nowadays. There's no board I speak to who's not into ESG, which is the good news. Today, however, I'm going to talk about my time at ABN AMRO. I worked there for about 6 years, and I was involved in a project called Circle, a circular showcase, a circular project in Amsterdam Central Business District. Before that, I've worked at other banks, and I've started off as in construction. So that's a bit of my background. In my spare time, amongst the things I do, I'm a climate mayor of the city of The Hague. And The Hague is one of the 100 cities which is striving for climate neutrality in 2030, as is Warsaw. We're on the same page. So, next slide. Me and sustainability. Well, that started... I always loved the sustainable side of buildings and the necessity of it. But in 2015, 2016, when the Paris Climate Agreement was signed, I really thought, well, no, this is a big chance for us. This is a big chance to step up into sustainability and circularity. Next slide. And especially the part on circularity, because that's a major key lever, a key player in the sustainability field. We need it so much, and it's been told this morning, it's so complex. It's groundbreaking, it's mind-blowing, it's really, really difficult. We'll have to make this work as well. And we've seen some excellent examples. I'll bring you a little bit more. Next slide. And why is it so important? Because you see that in many sustainable strategies, in many rules and regulations, in many countries, you see national programs focusing on energy reduction or on green energy and renewables. But it's not all about that. It's also about circular economy. And in the next slide, you'll see the impact on circular economy of circular economy, of embodied carbon, in reducing the carbon footprint in order to reach the Paris Climate Agreement goals. And here you see that almost half of the effort has got to be in circularity. Next slide. Fortunately, Europe knows about it, we know about it, everybody's working on it. There's a Circular Economy Action Plan which states that before 2030 and 2050 we'll have to be aligned with the carbon reduction goals, as in Fit 55, etc. And this helps. I'll come back to this one later, because next slide. First I'll start with CASA's Circle. And CASA's Circle actually is, next slide, is a few steps back. I'm not going to tell it's old school, but we started with Circle like just at the moment when Paris-proof climate agreement was signed in 2015. And we started off with a building which had to become sustainable, but not the sustainability as in BREEAM, or not the sustainability as in LEED or in WELL, but a different kind of sustainability. And interesting, I look back on this project, but I'll elaborate on it. And tomorrow, the Architectacy is in the house as well. They'll might mention it as well, but they also go fast forward. What's next? But let's take you on the lesson of Circle. Well, it's part of ABN AMRO, part of our head office. It has a business center, offices, meetings, restaurant. It's not that big, eh? It's about 3,500 square meters. And it's a fully circular experiment full of stories. And I only have 12 minutes left. I could tell you about this building for another 1.5 hours. We don't have it. This is the Southex Amsterdam, Central Business District. Massive glass, steel, powerful architecture, great buildings, all BREEAM, etc. In the heart, in the center of the Central Business District, you see ABN AMRO. It's the largest tower, marble cladded, etc., etc. Old school, cool architecture. And right in front of it, Circle, the little pavilion. And you can see it has different materials. It has a different layout. It has a different function. And it's very well documented. You can find it. You probably get the slides. Because today I will be mentioning about this report, a future-proof built environment. I'll elaborate on this report as it will showcase a lot of business models from Circle. It is well documented. There's a lot of information you can find on this project and a lot of practical examples. And this is the question asked to me. Can you bring us some practical examples? How did you do it? And then relate to that on procurement. And I'll have to confess, I haven't been in procurement all too much. I was more in design and development and making Circle happen, and lesser on the procurement side, the contracting side. But it's essential, because in the contracting side, in the procurement side, what do you ask and how do we agree on it is the basis for a long-term partnership. Well, in order to slice and dice Circle, we've in this report, future-proof report, we've mentioned 5 business models. And these were kind of a leitmotif or a basis for the development of Circle. And business models, if you just show my resume, I'm an architect, but also an MBA. And banks love business models as well. And I believe that sustainability will work if we also have a valid business model. So let's step into these 5 business models, and per business model I'll bring you 3 slides. So hang in there, because we're going fast forward. The first one is the theory of this business model. The second one is an example, a practical example, 1 or 2 from this Circle project. And the third one, where do you have to take care of when procuring in this business model? First one, circular input. Reduce the use of raw materials and reuse raw materials. Very simple, very practical, and as Michel Baer states, it's much more fun as well. And Skanska showed nice examples of material banks. Well, we also did that. We were harvesting from other properties in order to build a property. And here you see the interior of Circle, and the cool part is it's empty concrete on the bottom. I mean, the bankers from Central Business District in Amsterdam, they were walking there wondering, is this building ready? Because we're missing marble. No, you don't miss marble. We can reduce the use of material, and it still looks great. And the facade, the interior facade, is from an old other building from Royal Philips. 50 kilometers along the road. We got it from them, put it in this building, and there you go. Great combination. But this was not the only one. We created kind of an urban mining collective with partners from materials, distribution, knowledge, design, build, and we cooperated in order to what Skanska was mentioning, to look outward to materials, harvest them, and put them in new buildings. You don't do that alone as a producer. There's production, distribution, financing, etc. You have to cooperate. Well, in the report you can find new values and challenges, circular input, opportunities and challenges, focusing on procurement. Yeah? The opportunity is, with second-hand materials or pre-loved, you have low carbon, low cost construction possibilities. And with reducing the amount of materials, you also save money. Less marble, less cost, more circularity. That's a win-win. And you can create a circular economy starter by thinking and rethinking what you should do and what you're going to do. There's also challenges. Will there be enough available material, second-hand, piling left and right? And will it be in time on your construction site? And will it fit within legislation and regulation? I mean, this changes all the time, and old materials do not have the same, do not fit in nowadays regulation. Difficulties. The second one mentioned this morning as well, product as a service. You don't have to own it. We have buildings, but we do not own everything. There's certain parts of installations you don't own. There's furniture you don't own. There's a lot. And if you leave this ownership at the producer, they're going to really rethink quality. And this is what we did with the vertical mobility as a service. Elevators, where you were paying per ride. So every floor was 10 cents for the coming 20 years. And for the procurement officer of ABN AMRO, he was really happy with it. It's the Mitsubishi lift. We could be sure of cost and quality for the coming 20 years. None of our business anymore. It's an elevator. It's not an elevator pitch for Mitsubishi, but it works great because nowadays they have like 100 of these elevator as a services in the Netherlands. Amongst them, Zalmhaventoren, the highest building in the Netherlands. So it works. New business model, product as a service. Does it work everywhere? No, sorry. We tried facades as a service. Really complex, really difficult. Who owns what? How is it connected? When will you take it out? What if somebody goes bankrupt, etc., etc. Really difficult. So, opportunities you have in procurement. You shift CapEx to OpEx. It's not cash out now, it's cash out in the future, in little bits and little pieces. You build a long-term relationship with client and contractor. There's challenges, because how much will this elevator be worth after 20 years? What will the raw materials do in the market? And we need to have customized contracts and guarantees. Will you really guarantee me that you'll take care of my elevator, health, safety, comfort, etc. for the coming 20 years? How do I know? Procurement-wise. Technicalities. The third thing you do is lifetime extension. If you build something, whatever, a building, a product, make sure it maintains its function or it can change during time. So you bundle materials and energy, keep it there as long as possible. And one thing we did was thermal batteries. And I'm not going to elaborate on the technical side of it, because it's quite difficult. But believe me, they use friendly materials, they're really efficient and they're low cost and they have a low carbon impact. However, there's one thing they don't have, which is a quick reaction to a changing climate. And this changing climate, we were wondering, does a building have to adapt itself every moment of the day to the change of climate, or can we adapt? Taking off your coat, put on an extra sweater. The opportunities are in life cycle analysis and flexibility, challenges in innovation risk, and agreement of service level. What do we agree on? Well, then one of the last one, the fourth one, is the sharing platform. If you use something not 24/7, try to use it for 24/7. Make it more intense and useful. This could be a photo gallery, I've heard it is, and an event space. If it's not the one, then it's the other one. Circle has been used for a lot of things. And there was a time, it was called Clubhouse of Circularity. So everybody from the Netherlands came here to learn and to discuss the way forward. I see Ron is standing, which means I have 2 more minutes. And then there's value recovery. By the end of the life cycle, you can do something with the materials as long as you know whose materials it is and where they are. Hence, material passports. And another value recovery was we asked everybody to bring in a jeans. 20,000 employees of ABN AMRO brought their jeans, and we could make ceilings of it and isolation panels. So you're all, everybody, the message was everybody of you has garbage or waste somewhere stacking up. You can do something with it. This is about the 5 business models. What's next? Last minutes. Circle isn't there anymore. It's gone. It took much faster than everybody thought, but after 7 years, ABN AMRO headquarters was bought by a different investor with different ideas. They moved the building. So the design for deconstruction was kind of a fast-forward idea nowadays, because instead of 20 or 25 years, after 7 years it's gone. The building over here will be standing on the place where Circle is now being deconstructed. Fortunately, there's quite a lot of offspring in the Netherlands on circular projects. I'm not on my own anymore. Not only Architectency is here, but many other architects have built temporary courts, etc., etc. And the world is changing. These are the last 2 slides. I'd like to give this message, because we see the world changing. America retracting from the climate agreement, bringing in tariffs. Europe working on CBAM. This is our kind of tariff. We have tariffs in carbon. If you'd like to import in Europe, you'll have to know the amount of carbon which is embodied in this product. It's tariff. So we have a countermeasure. And this is mentioned before this morning as well. Is the economy stupid? And in the economy is now carbon. It's monetized. It's a new value. It's definitely going to be a value. It is already. You were hearing Skanska this morning. And on the other side, we have CSRD, Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive, EU Taxonomy, ESG, Environment, Social Government. There's so much rules and regulations coming to the market. And within that framework, ESRS 5, Circular Economy. Every company of you who has building, who is involved in making buildings, who is constructing buildings and selling buildings, has circular economy in their mandatory sustainable reporting. This will give us a big push. And then you might wonder, are we there? Are we at the tipping point? Because we're breaking down linear economy and we're building up circularity. Normally, at a tipping point situation, you need like 25% to tip it. I think we're there. I hope we're there. Thanks for your time, attention. Wielkie dzięki.
I think the start was
17.
Does it work? No, it doesn't work. I'm very flexible, so great, patron. I think that was it. A try to speak Polish, or what was it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't understand.
I started with it and I ended with it, but it's too difficult. I'm sorry.
Wait. I have one final question. Yeah, don't. Yeah, I know that you are a little bit afraid of my questions, because your keynote was excellent. Well done. I also felt a little bit of a pittiness when you were sharing that after 7 years, Circle was already gone.
Of course.
Why?
Well, everybody who made a building, who was involved in making a building, sees it as a kind of a baby. It takes years to invent it and to design it and to build it. And it should be there for a long time. There was the idea of lifetime extension, remember? Now it's gone within 7 years. But on the other hand, it's also fast-forward circularity, because we now learn, does it really work? We did design it for disassembly, but does it really work? We did design it to reuse all this material, but is it going to happen? So, yes, it's a pity. You lose something, but you win something as well.
Excellent. I think this is really where purpose is all about. So big applause for Petran.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're going fast forward also to
I think the municipality point of view, because I think Warsaw is a great city, and also when it's about procurement, we need the right drivers, also from the cities. So I'm really delighted also that we're having a keynote remark about the Warsaw Green Building Standard. So a big applause for Marcin. Yeah, and I will also excuse me, because when I only call your first name, it's because your family name is way too complicated for me.
You can try.
No, we had Petron already, and that was quite terrible, so he did a great job. Hey, the floor is yours for an inspirational keynote remark.
Fantastic. Hello, everyone. I hope you are enjoying Warsaw. Not a sunny, not a warm city now, but still beautiful, I think. And if you were in Warsaw a couple of years ago, you can see the change and transition that city done. So I will be speaking today about the very important and quite important to me as well, initiative, regulation, whatever we call it, which is Green Building Standard, Warsaw Green Building Standard, that my department manages. And also, please be flexible on me when it comes to time, and let me know if my time is running off, because 15 minutes it's obviously not enough to talk about this in details, but I won't be sharing details, so you have to visit the website and you have to visit the document itself, and you have to dig it on your own. Okay, let me try with. Apparently it works. So what is Warsaw Green Building Standards? So first of all, is a tool for us to reinvent the way we design and use buildings in cities. What is very important, not only real estate buildings. They have to compete anyway, so they are very, very high when it comes to standards, very innovative. So the companies would like to rent this and not that building and space. But we cover all types of the buildings. So social apartments, museums, schools, kindergartens, libraries, and the standards. You have to be compliant with the standards with all the investments you're planning to do. We practice what we preach, so we'd like to see a lot of very innovative buildings. So we start from our own stock. So the standard is currently, you have to be compliant with standards if you are a municipal company or the office or the district. But we would love to see the standard operating in a business as well, in a private sector. So what is it? So it is, it is a way of a scope of guidelines and standards that buildings of any type has to comply regarding 6 areas, and couple of indicators are binding for investments, and couple of these are not obligatory. So you can choose from the scope. Why is that so important? Well, because the buildings in Warsaw, the building sector is main source of the emissions. We committed to be climate neutral no later than 2050. We are a part of EU 100 cities mission, so we have to do a lot to be carbon neutral. And we'd love to be innovative. This is why that document has been incorporated. But it is not only a set of guidelines. It's a vision for us. It's a vision of future where urban development and environmental issues go hand in hand together and not compete. And it's a tool for us to stimulate the market. And the title of that speech is, if public sector could stimulate the market. I don't know the answer. You may tell me afterwards. But I think we could, because public sector is a serious client, for architects, for design offices, for manufacturers, and investment groups. It is also a single puzzle of the whole image we do in Warsaw. We have quite a lot of documents, strategic documents, that is guiding us towards being, climate neutral and being sustainable. And this is one puzzle. We have many of these, but it is a very tangible. It's a regulation. So I won't be talking about the public procurement point of view. I will be talking from the regulatory point of view. Because when it comes to public procurement, it's a bit tricky in the public sector. It's very unusual to use criteria regarding CO2 emissions or the carbon footprint in Poland. I don't know how it looks like in Netherlands, but in Poland it's not a common practice. So we have to do that from the regulatory point of view, and this is why the president, the mayor of Warsaw, and our team prepared a regulation about the green building standard. So as I already mentioned, is a set of requirements that any buildings must be compliant with in areas such as energy, such as renewables, such as greenery, such as water management, but also mobility and well-being inside. So it's not a copy-paste of BREEAM, LEED, or whatever one of 100 something already existing standards. It's a combination of the best practices from all of this, and it is tailored for the local needs. So it's not, as I mentioned, not only about energy, it is also about well-being inside. So it has a lot of social benefits that goes hand in hand with environmental and energy ones. It was adopted by the mayor resolution. It will be, now it's not mandatory. It will be mandatory starting from July actually this year, 2025. But we already have a number of buildings that are waiting to be evaluated. And at the last slide, I will show you one of the examples that we are very proud of. And you know, I will showcase this for you to better understand what are the benefits. Because now you may think, you know, we are talking about requirements, we are talking about, you know, being compliant with energy, renewables, tralala, but what are the benefits, you know? So why we should invest more? Why we should add more capex to, you know, or investment costs to make buildings more prepared or more green, as we call it. And I will tell you in a minute why I think it's worth to. Because I know I asked the question who I will be talking to, and I already know you're not from public sector, obviously. We are architects, I mean offices, companies, manufacturers, and so on and so forth. So I think it's worth mentioning that, you know, it's not only about the public buildings and not influences only how we design buildings, but it also gives a bit requirements regarding the use of raw materials or the life cycle of buildings as well. So you know, those with lower carbon footprint, with reduced consumption of the energy, raw materials, as I already mentioned, or eco-friendly, you know, eco-friendly products. And I think, you know, this shift in demand of such materials will stimulate the market as well. If all public buildings, and hopefully not only public buildings, require that, it will, I think, encourage manufacturers to invest more in that kind of technologies and to lower the costs to be compliant, to be competitive in the market. What are the goals of the green building standard? Well, first of all, it's you know, to be better prepared and to create the better buildings, but to be more tangible or more, you know, looking for more emotional costs. We want to be proud of our buildings, no? In the cities we live, in the cities we use, from schools, proud of libraries, proud of even social apartments that are now, you know, designed mostly taking cost into consideration and not really functionality and materials. And also, of course, to reduce the negative impact of the buildings to environment, but also the negative impact of the environment to the buildings. It's about well-being, it's about comfort inside, and so on and so forth. So what is the standard about? You can see 6 areas. 3 of them are the binding ones, I would say. So you have to be compliant with criteria regarding the green indicator we developed to ensure that greenery and different types of greenery are incorporated into the plot. It is about water management, so you have to take care of all rainwater on the plot, so it won't go into the wastewater pipelines. And there is energy efficiency, meaning both the primary energy, but also renewables. And then you have additional areas like mobility, materials, so raw materials, eco products, and the way it could be used after demolished, and also health, comfort, and safety. And you must be compliant with 3 of these, and then the additional ones, you may choose a couple of indicators from each area to be compliant with standard. You won't be able to get a certificate and a standard if you are not taking indicator from each of these areas. So it is about being complex and not focused only about energy, but also about social aspects, also about greenery, also about water. Yeah, so I already mentioned a couple of benefits and why we do that in a public sector. But also, speaking about benefits, let me tell you a bit more specific ones. So first of all, it's economic benefits. So the buildings, the operational costs are less than in a standard building. Even if the capex might be higher than in a coming, 10, 20 years, it will be a lot of savings on that. On the energy efficiency, because of the energy efficiency, because of the materials, and so on and so forth. The reduction of water consumption as well. Reduction of fees from the operation of buildings. Then we have a climate benefits. So first of all, it's raising a city ability to adapt to climate change, to heat waves, to droughts, no rain or too many rain. It's about the reduction of the emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, circular economy as well as a material component of the standard. We have social benefits, I already mentioned. So we enhance and we improve the quality of life of people who live in such buildings or use the buildings like libraries, like schools. And we educate a lot. I mean, not only users, but also the designers, the architects, because we introduced many indicators, not about being already prepared, but, for example, about integrating some element and analysis into documentation at the very beginning. And also prestige and marketing benefits. That may be very interesting for the private sector. I mean, if it's quite, it is all about setting standards, but also it is about PR at the end and communication aspects. It's a first standard like this in Poland. A lot of cities are interested, and already quite a couple of buildings are being evaluated. But the one specific one I'm showcasing you here is a library in Białęka district, quite far away from this part of the city. It was the first building that were designed and built in accordance with the standard. And it already has 10 different awards. I mean, architecture, but also sustainability, and so on and so forth. The district management, the mayor and his team are very proud, and they are very popular nowadays because of that. And also architects and the team that were working about the project. They travel a lot showcasing this specific building because it was designed with the standards. And as I already mentioned, it is quite complex document. I won't be showing any details on how to evaluate, what are the indicators, and so on and so forth. You can check that on the website. It will be available in English soon, not yet, but I think in a month or so. But at the end, it is all about being proud of the buildings and setting the standards and practicing what we preach. If we, as a city, as a municipality, want to ask private sector to invest more in such areas, we have to be, we have to be a leaders. And Warsaw is one of the leaders in that field. And yeah, we are very proud of that, and hopefully a lot of buildings, even from public sector and private sector, will join the group in future. So thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, I think it's really a good example where also public and private comes together and is trying to align. One, let's say, brief question on the benefit for private parties, because when they're, let's say, matching the Warsaw Green Building Standard, will that also speed up the process, for example? Because that would be ideally the situation that you're creating some sort of a level playing field, and when we're hitting the target, it will also speed up development process, lower cost, or am I now a little bit too ambitious?
No, that was the first question we got. If we will be compliant with standards, the whole procedure regarding the approvals and so on and so forth would be quicker. That would be lovely, but it's not possible because of the legal procedures and so on and so forth. But you may be the first company and the first investor or the first developer or first whatever that will get the standard, and it will. I don't think it's relevant to the apartment developers because they are sold anyway wherever they are built, and the price is the material how to say, the price is the most important part. But in real estate, when you have to compete with many other investors, and companies are seeking for offices in the buildings that they are compliant with the global goals or whatever, I think that's an advantage. And also PR and marketing, but also cost and so on and so forth. It is still a chance to be the first.
Excellent. Well, again, big applause, Marcin Grecki.
Very good.
Excellent. Yeah, we have no time to waste. And I gave you 2 minutes extra, but I think it was worth, because we also need best practices from the public side. I would like to welcome on stage my co-host, Hubert. And also Bykowski. I'm also trying your family name. Is that a little bit correct? Good. Because you will moderate the next expert panel. And it's actually a little bit of the bridge towards the small working groups. And maybe can you already give a little bit of a teaser what we're trying to achieve with also the working groups?
Yes, so now we are in a session on circular procurement. We started off with our keynote speakers. Now we're into our short panel, which will provide you with some food for thought for consecutive workshops with your colleagues around your tables. The panelists will be here to help you in this workshop, and then we're going to use this QR codes that you have already on the tables to access your survey online, to get to know what you're, first of all, thinking at the beginning of the workshop, and then what are your conclusions on what we can do in terms of implementing circularity and the procurement process of a construction sector. Then we're going to sum it up and make some insights, final insights with our panelists at the end. So that's the idea for the whole session.
Yeah, and closing at 3 o'clock, because it sounds almost like an evening program, but it's very briefly. So, hey, maybe you can introduce the panelists, and then I will head over to the side.
Yeah.
Yes?
Thanks, Ron. So, yeah. Today we have 4 distinguished panelists that I would like to welcome. You already know Petran Valhil, so big applause for him once again. Please welcome Łukasz Rymasz from Ministry of Development and Technology. Also a round of applause. Piotr Wołejko from the Construction Employers Association. And last but not least, Leszek Drogosz from the city of Warsaw. So first of all, thank you. Please take your seat. First of all, thank you for the insightful presentation. And what I already noticed at the beginning of your presentation, Petron, is that there was some voice stating that, you know, this whole circular journey with the circle building was definitely more fun. So that was something that already struck my mind in terms of how we're in Circon4Climate project were preparing the circular procurement guideline. And it definitely was fun, but still it was more difficult than fun. Is it also the case with your project that, okay, it's you know, gives some outcomes at the end in terms of economy, social aspect, environment especially, but then again it requires much more work, much more engagement and also networking than the standard procedures of procurement, and this is why we are not seeing it to the extent we would like to see circular procurement implemented. The first question to you.
That's a nice long question.
Yeah, it was.
So in creating a building, you're all involved in the built environment. It's challenge after challenge, and you always have to have a plan B. That's the art of creating buildings. With circular economy added on it, you get an extra level where you need to have really good cooperation and have the whole value chain involved. So you have people at your table who normally are not in a design process. And it's not only the user, but also the guys who build it and the production companies behind it, etc., etc. So you have more people at the table, so it better be fun. However, if you're going to craft this in procurement and in contracts, then you're entering kind of a terra incognita. So it's a new era, it's a new contracting formulas, which makes it difficult once in a while, yeah.
Okay, but is it this difficulty, a barrier that is not really making us reach this tipping point you talk about? I mean, are we already there? Or maybe it's too difficult to get to that point already?
I really believe there are so many great examples that we could have been there already if everybody was moving forward to this tipping point. But there's quite a lot of nice examples in legislation, in architecture, in production. So if we could combine this on every project, we're at a tipping point. However, there's time, there's risk, there's money, there's a whole set of different values as well. And in the combination of these, including circular economy, has to be the new tipping point.
Okay. So this is the take from the private sector, and we see it's not so, you know, it's optimistic, but not really over the top, I would say.
No, but we also, private sector is also always waiting for this kind of level playing field. I would like to have a flagship project. I would like to build my image. I'm not in greenwashing, but I'm moving the frontier. But it's also a competitive environment where I cannot move too much in front. And I'll have to look left and right. What's the competition doing? Am I just in front of them or too far ahead? Because too far ahead, I might outprice myself.
So maybe it's the public sector that really is, what I would say, should bear the brunt of going circular. We have seen the presentation on Warsaw Green Building Standard, and we have seen that you're trying to implement circularity, right? Is it possible for you as a city of Warsaw, and this is a question to Mr. Drogosz, to you know, put your money where your mouth is, as the Americans would say, and really push forward for circularity, also in terms of circular procurement that we are discussing in this panel right now? Or do you see the barriers too high right now?
I think that a few barriers was described by Petron. Of course, it is the reality, but from the other side, when we have this green building, Warsaw Green Building Standard, working with this, we had some debates with some possible investors inside of the city, and from this perspective, we could see some challenges we could face in the process. But from the other side, when we have this now, it is not like only something what we could show on that kind of conferences. We have to implement this. And from this point of view, this is very interesting work. And Marcin is in the area of climate protection and air quality department. I am infrastructure department, so I am from this part which has to implement that kind of works. For instance, we have city development authority in our hands, in our supervisory, and this unit works for that road constructions, and this unit works also for modernization of city-owned buildings or construction new ones. And from this point of view, we could see, even in the current process, just step before we will start the implementation of Green Building Standard. We have some cases, but it was like we had some good examples. Even we invented this Green Building Standard, and now we have to go to the reality to work with building by building with this. And we see, so every step we are doing, like for instance, to use raw materials, and for instance, use this for construction. For construction, like, I don't know, city square, or cobblestones, to use this again, and some other materials. Every time, this is like comparison between the cost when we are buying this, even in Sweden, and we are using this again, like to put this one by one, to clear this, to clean this, to make some other procedures, finally to use this again. So when we take into account the costs, we see that to buy in Sweden is cheaper. And so this is the problem. Why? And probably it is also necessary to have some additional legal solutions to make this not only from the point of view you have to use this, but also it is efficient to use this. And from this point of view, this is also necessary to have more technologies to use this again, and so on and so on. And of course, it is easy, for instance, to make concretes grounded. So this is like a kind of mixture, and you can use this, but this is not every time. I mean, most of cases you have to use piece of wood, piece of granite, or something like this, and use this again. So from this point of view, this is hard work to be prepared for that all procedures. And even this is like kilometer, even maybe 800 meters from here, we are now in the process of the completely different view of that part of the city, largest square. This is that new area called Central Square, near to the Palace of Culture. So when we are using these old materials constructed by Russian constructors, and now using this and trying to make this place greener, more open for the water, circularity, and so on, we know this every day. So like they are using that stones, and they have to use this again. And why this is still not very efficient, but we are using this. From this perspective, I think that it is work for everyone. The first, as a city, as a authority doing some procedures like procurement, starting from this, to describe this in the right way in the procurement process. The second stage, this is to have prepared construction companies working in this area, knowing how to do this, having more and more experience in this area. And after that, to have that all companies working in selection of these materials. So I think that currently, this is from formal point of view, is easier to use these pieces of granite, for instance, and to put this in the same place again. This is maybe not very effective because this is expensive. But if we, for instance, could have this like to collect from one place and store somewhere, and after that to use in the other construction, it would be easier to describe the cost of this. When we don't have full description in the procurement process, it would be some kind of cost of the risks for that construction companies when they didn't know when they don't know what is underground, how to select these materials and so on. So this is something what we could have into account, what we could face in the process of the construction. But I believe that this is here in Warsaw we see this very well, that this is necessary to work with that circularity in the construction process. This is something what is absolutely necessary.
So we have heard that both private and public sector is indeed interested in circular procurement, but we have a expert actually here, Piotr, on the verge of private and public sector. What is your take on the question of how can we influence actually both private and public sector to use circular procurement more? We heard here some barriers about greater investment needed, in front investment, maybe some lacking of the system to, for example, achieve economies of scale in terms of materials for reuse or informational needs. All of these barriers are unfortunately here, but still the overall costs maybe, the environmental effects are lower, and this is because this is the benefit that we are aiming for. How actually we can influence both sectors to choose circular procurement instead of the standard linear one?
Thank you, Hubert. It's a pleasure to be here. I think that we need to take into account that in the construction, and not only in construction industry, but also if we think about construction in the public sector as a whole, the conservative mindset is dominant, which means that we got used to doing things in a certain way with certain materials and at a certain cost, of course adjusted for inflation, but we really are very aware how much we should pay for each piece of infrastructure, like a bridge or a kilometer of road. And it's very difficult to change this. However, as I have joined the Construction Employers Association around half a year ago, so I'm pretty new in this branch, I have also met with a lot of people and a lot of companies, the startups that have some very innovative ideas, also in the circular field. So I'm pretty optimistic that the mindset could be switched or changed or flipped, whatever word or a phrase we would like to use. I think that there are three areas that we should take into account, and my predecessors already mentioned the financial aspects, like not to go ahead too far because costs could be too big and our competitors could take advantage of. But we should think about circular construction and circular building in terms of cost savings, because we are using recycled materials, we are using stuff again and again, which means that we are not buying it brand new. We don't pay the transport costs with associated CO2 emission costs, which will be growing in the years ahead. And the other side of the coin here in this financial aspect is security and resilience that recycled materials are giving us because of the danger of supply chain disruptions. We had this during the pandemics, we had it after Russia invaded Ukraine, we have it all the time. Even maybe some of you heard about the Houthis, the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, which is also affecting transportation worldwide, making prices go up and extending the length of journey of some products and materials that we are using on our building sites. The second area that was also mentioned before is regulation. This is a very close area for me because I'm a lawyer by training, so I will make it as short as possible. This regulatory area should be utilized by state because it has all the power in its hands to lead by example, and public procurement is the best initiative and the best policy that could be used here, because the state is a very large investor in many areas, not only in transport infrastructure, and it could propose some directions. Let's call them green public procurement, in which it prefers contractors to put offers, put tenders, and it will affect the whole market because of the size, the sheer size of the public investment that are made each year. Like last week, I think, the Prime Minister Donald Tusk mentioned that we are expecting 650 billion zlotys of investment in this year alone, and this is the lowest possible estimate. So it's a very large amount that is going to be invested. Lots of it is going to be invested in infrastructure. And the final, third area, which is also very important, but unfortunately underestimated, is the education and information. And I think that education and information is critical for changing the mindset. And it has to involve all possible stakeholders, so such meetings as today are very important here, because we need those various stakeholders from public sector, from the companies, and designers, architects, everyone that works in the construction sector, meant very wide, should talk, should exchange views, ideas, and allow for the mindset to grow and to be wider, to absorb new ideas. And this, those three areas, I think, are crucial here. And those are the areas where my association is very, very active. We are in constant dialogue with biggest investors in terms of transport infrastructure in Poland, the railways, roads. We are in dialogue with investors from energy sector, with this nuclear energy project in Choczewo included, and we are trying also to provide information about circular issues there, how to use recycled materials, and how to design projects in a new way, because as we can see here, it's a new paradigm, and we need to introduce this paradigm into our day-to-day operations. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned, Piotr, the regulatory aspect of circularity, how circular procurement could be implemented. How would you need actually the push from various points of view, various actors here, and we have a representative of the regulator. Łukasz Rymasz from the Ministry of Development and Technology. So what should we expect from you actually as a regulator? Can we count on you in this journey of, pushing for circular procurement, maybe first, as you stated, Piotr, in the public sector and then in the private one?
As Petra mentioned, we are at the tipping point right now. So regarding the European Action Fund for Circular Economy, there is mention about construction product regulation. And that regulation could lead us to the way of reusing construction product, creating new market for the used construction product, and in that regulation it's mentioned about the green public procurement, and also the way how member states could use some invoice could regulate the use of the construction products that are that they meet the minimal thresholds, the environmental thresholds. So we should consider how to approach that subject, how to choose what construction product should be used, and then lead by example, of course, maybe as in big public procurement, to use that construction product as are maybe an economy and environmental and economical in balance, both economical way and environmental sustainable. Because
if I may interrupt you just a little bit, are we still counting on the public sector to lead by example, or do we need some obligatory rules to actually push us toward it? Would it be enough to just, you know, show us those 1 of a million examples of circular buildings, and the rest is still a standard linear ones?
You know, but firstly, we need to establish the minimal thresholds for that, for the environmental sustainability for construction product. Right now, we don't have that. So if we establish some thresholds, and then we could incentivize that, use that construction product in that public procurement that are more environmental friendly, more environmental sustainable, then we could create push for that circular economy. But right now, we need to establish the thresholds. We need to create construction product passports to know what construction products are used in the buildings, what's the material used, how could we reuse that material, and then after that, after obtaining all the knowledge, we could go with the circular economy.
Okay, so I see like the gradual approach you're advocating here. Yes, Petron, do you want
in order to make it really, really simple, circular economy is a broad container. You can put anything in it. But what if we boil it down to carbon pricing? Just put a price tag on materials with high embodied carbon. Price carbon.
You know, it's easy to say. We should consider all the economy, or all the European economy, because for not all member states have for example, nuclear energy, cheap nuclear energy. Polish energy mix is mostly carbon-based, so it's very it's going to have negative impact of Polish producers. So,
but then you have a great possibility to become circular in infrastructure, for example. If you reuse the materials you have, it's immediately way better than new materials from Polish companies.
I totally agree with that, because regarding the life cycle analysis, you should use the products that are already used in the building, but you need to have all the information about the product, because very often in Poland, the old materials are, I don't know, coated with some kind of carcinic agents, etc.
Old materials have sunk carbon cost, doesn't count anymore. So every used material has 0 carbon in it for your new calculation.
Yeah, every old materials have 0 carbon cost, but not all of the old materials are healthy to use, because very often they have impactful factors embodied in that material. So we need to check what is in that material. So we should have the knowledge for that. But regarding the waste management and reusing materials, the raw materials are cobblestones or granite or old materials that you could use only after refurbishment, only after cleaning it. It should be safe to use.
Cobblestone is a cobblestone.
Thank you very much. It's just in half an hour for our initial discussion, but then we can continue it with our group work. So I will invite all the panelists to help our groups along each and every table here in our group work on circular procurement. So we can continue this discussion actually with all the attendees to make it more engaging. And thank you once again for the panel. Big applause for everyone. But, let's continue our work in our workshop, and I'll just describe how we're going to do it. So on every table you see a QR code. Please scan it with your phone. Take your phone and scan it. Everyone around your tables. Okay. And then you'll have a survey here. Okay. If you're sitting alone, please, or the two people around one table, please come together to another group. Just 1 second, just 1 second. Okay, so I hope everyone's entered the survey on their phone. I'm going to do it as well.
to you. Hooked on love, a powerful drug. I can't get enough. Lost in your eyes, drawn in blue, out of control. What can I do? I'm addicted to you. Hooked on love, a powerful drug. I can't get enough. Lost in your eyes, drawn in blue, out of control. What can I do? I'm addicted to you.
Tak, to jest ten pilot. Ja przełączę na jakąś prezentację.
Dark in the city, night as a wire. Standing the sideway, there's a fire. Do 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 do. Woman, you want me? Give me a sign. I got my reason even closer behind. Do 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 do. In touch with the ground, I'm on the hunt after you. Smell like a sound. I'm lost in a crowd. I'm hungry like the wolf. Stuck in the forest, too close to hide. I'll be upon you by the moonlight side. Do 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 do. I put a drumming on your skin, it's so tight. You feel my head, I'm just a moment behind. Do 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 do. In touch with the ground, I'm on the hunt. I'm after you. Another sound. I'm lost and I'm found. I'm hungry like the wolf. In touch with the ground, I'm on the hunt. I'm after you. Smell like a sound. I'm lost in a crowd. I'm hungry like the wolf. Mouse is alive, we just as like one. I'm hungry like the wolf.
One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. possibilities I look like all you need. Let me take the night out love real easy, and I know that you still wanna see me. On the Sunday morning music real loud, let me love you while the moon is still out. Something in you lit up heaven in me. The feeling won't let me sleep, 'cause I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes, falling in love with me. Possibilities I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes, falling in love with me. Possibilities I look like all you need. I just wanna feel your skin and mine, feel your eyes do the exploring, passion in the message when you smile. Take my time, yeah, yeah. Something in you lit up heaven in me. The feeling won't let me sleep, 'cause I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all it takes, falling in love with me. Possibilities I look like all you need. One kiss is all it takes, falling in love with me. Possibilities I look like all you need.
On the floors of Tokyo or down in London town to go with the record selection and the mirror's reflection. I'm a dancing with myself.